Every morning in Africa, the lion wakes up. It knows that it needs to be faster than the gazelle in order to survive. Every morning in Africa, the gazelle wakes up, and it knows that it needs to be faster than the lion in order to survive. Whether you're the lion or the gazelle, when the sun comes up, you better be running. Congratulations, friend, on making the best investment in your career. Your ability to present with confidence, your ability to speak with impact, your ability to communicate like a commanding leader is a competitive edge that you will now learn to have. What I will be sharing with you will be the foundation and framework to help you succeed not just for your next presentation, but for every communication requirement that you will encounter. Thoughts, tips, and strategies that will be simple and practical. Some will be counterintuitive, but almost all of them will require you to get out of your comfort zone. Just remember that my process works. It works for me as a renowned motivational speaker. It works for my clients who are CEOs, world leaders, presidents, and royalty, and it will work for you. I have ensured that the program is delivered for you in a way that's easy to understand, easy to follow, and most important of all, easy to action. By the end of this program, you will have everything that you need, and I mean everything. You will have the foundation and framework to present yourself, your thoughts and your ideas with clarity and confidence. You will have everything you need to speak to influence, inspire, and impact. You will have everything you need to communicate like a charismatic and commanding leader. Oh, and I nearly forgot, my commitment guarantee. If at the end of the program, if you feel that I somehow perhaps maybe missed or was not clear about a point, or you would just like more help, send me a message. I'm committed to giving you value. If we look back and somehow miraculously I didn't cover something, you know what? I will record a video and make it available to you and all the others. That's how committed I am to making sure that you become successful. Once again, congratulations on making the best investment of your professional career. Like a lion or lioness in a competitive world, soon you will be the king or queen of your jungle. Did you know that people would rather get a root canal, do death-defying stunts, highline? In case you don't know what that is, that's where people walk on a rope between two mountaintops, jump off a plane, bungee jump. Heck, many would rather even be dead than having to get up and speak in public. Whatever level you're at today, whether you lack confidence and skills or have the confidence but lack the skills, I want to tell you that you're in good company. When we think of great communicators, we think of the likes of Martin Luther King, Winston Churchill, and JFK. These individuals captured the imagination of their audience, their people, and their nation. They communicated in such a way that made themselves and their messages memorable. And here is what I want you to know, be excited about, and truly believe that you too can do the same, no matter who you are, where you're from, or what position you're in. I mention these greats because they started from a place that was all too familiar to most of us. Martin Luther King reached and resonated with his audience, not by just merely reading words. He gave life to them. He touched people's hearts and minds. This came with practice. Did you know that the great Martin Luther King actually received a C in his public speaking class in college? That's right, a C. Winston Churchill inspired a nation. Unbeknown to many, he wasn't a gifted speaker. He would spend hours, days, and weeks on end practicing and refining his speeches. If you must know, Winston Churchill would actually suffer from having sweaty palms, and he would actually have bouts of tears when preparing for his talks. JFK worked hard to become a man that symbolized a great public speaker. That came with practice, coaching, and effort. JFK was a man whose hands and knees would shake early on in his career. The common thread amongst all these great speakers is that they took the time to develop and refine their presentation, public speaking, and communication skills into an art form. With my proven process, you too will be able to do the same. How do I know this for sure? Because I wasn't born a natural speaker. I mumbled, I stumbled, I ate my words. I didn't have the voice you hear today. I didn't have the confidence you see today. I didn't have the skills to craft a clear message, to engage my audience, to deliver it with impact and be memorable. Whatever position you're in, I want you to know that today you're learning from a guy who didn't just start from this position. I started from the bottom. I developed my way up. I understand the struggle. I understand the pain. I understand the discomfort. Over the years, I became a successful motivational keynote speaker and found myself advising and coaching CEOs, world leaders, presidents, and royalty. I tested and trialed many techniques and strategies. Today, I know what works. I know what's effective. I know what can help you present with confidence, speak to impact, and communicate like a confident leader. Most people don't get excited about presenting and public speaking. The reason they stress or are anxious when they have to present or speak is because they lack the right foundation. They lack the framework. They're going into war with no strategy, with no armor, and with no weapons. Well, of course, you won't have the confidence or desire if you feel like you're dead already. Of course, it makes absolute sense. What we will go through here will solve the challenges you face at every level. I'm going to go to the core. I will give you the foundation. I will give you the framework. I will walk with you through exactly how I do it with my clients when I'm standing with them side by side. I will take you through my entire process, and by the end of it, with the powerful insights that I share and a lot of practice that has to come from your end, you will be able to present with confidence and speak to impact. You will be able to communicate like a commanding leader. If the likes of Martin Luther King, Winston Churchill, and JFK can learn to become great, then you too can learn to present with confidence. If I could learn to become a renowned motivational speaker to Fortune 500 companies and leading governments, then you too can learn to speak with impact. And if my clients can learn to become great communicators, then you too can learn to communicate like a commanding leader. Like I said, you're in good company. Quality over quantity. That's my mantra. I believe in simplicity. I believe in results. I believe in helping you become independent so you no longer need my help. When I did my research, I saw what was on the market. I came across courses that were taught by textbook theory teachers, which made me think, well, if you're so good, what are you doing stuck in a classroom? I came across those who decided to teach because they had researched the market, saw a need, and thought, hey, you know what? There's an opportunity to make money. Let's make a course and sell it. I came across great-looking courses, boasting beautiful visuals, but they lacked in substance. I also came across courses where the trainers bragged that it's the longest course available on the market, which I thought was idiotic. Hours after hours after hours, material, hundreds of materials. What are you trying to do? Kill us with information? And then I came across courses that were just so darn confusing. And I'm an expert. My aim is simple: to help you present with confidence, speak to impact, and communicate like a confident and commanding leader. Not to give you the best-looking course, not to give you the longest-running course in history, not to give you a confusing course, but to help you get results, help you be clear when preparing, calm when rehearsing, and commanding when you're delivering your message. Quality over quantity. Beyond it being my mantra, this is also the mantra of all great communicators, and perhaps a lesson that you should remember. In the words of Franklin Roosevelt, be sincere, be brief, be seated. Quality over quantity. Kev, what style suits me best? This is a common question that I get asked almost every week, and I know that the thought may have simmered in your mind. So let's be clear about what I'm here to help you achieve. Many look at great orators and say, oh, I want to be like Mayor Pete. I want to speak like Trevor Noah. I want to speak like Ellen. I want to speak like Mohandas Gandhi. I want to speak like Steve Jobs. I want to speak like Tony Robbins. I want to speak like Imran Khan. I want to speak like Oprah. Friend, I've heard it all. At one point, I kept hearing from one client after another telling me, Kev, I want to speak like Obama. Heck, I want to be Obama. No, you don't. even though it's undeniable that Obama is a great orator. But you really don't want to be Obama. In actual fact, you will never be Obama. Don't feel bad about it. If it makes you feel better, Obama can never be you either. The mistake many make is that they want to be like someone else. I worked with a famous cosmetic surgeon on an important presentation. Throughout our discussion, we touched on the subject of challenges. And boy, did he have a good one to share with me. He said, "Kev, people come up to me and ask me to give them Angelina's lips, Kardashian's hips, and everything in between. I have to be the one that tells them, although a celebrity may have a certain shape of lips or a certain type of hips, it's right for them. It wouldn't necessarily be right for you." What he said rings true not only for plastic surgery, but also public speaking. Only because Bill Clinton paced and squeezed each word for impact doesn't mean that you need to. Only because Barack Obama spoke with a certain pace and tempo doesn't mean that you have to. Only because Gary Vee turned up in a hoodie and had his hand in his pockets while speaking doesn't mean that it will work for you. All three of these guys, amongst many others, are great at communicating with impact. Their style, ways, tempo, use of gestures are all great, and it works for them. Keyword, them. We're all different. You and I are different. You will have your own style and way about you. You must understand that you can't be anyone but yourself. So don't try to be anyone when it comes to speaking. Don't start a fight that you're sure to lose. The best you'll ever come to is to be like Obama. And being like someone isn't a compliment. You can't be better or beat someone at being them. And neither will they be at bettering or beating you. You can only become the best that you can be. And I'll tell you what will work. What will work is you learning through my proven process, developing your public speaking skill, and focusing on becoming a great version of you. Use the likes of Obama as inspiration, not imitation. Be you. Do you. Understand the ultimate goal, the end game. Everything that we are going to do is to get you to the highest point, to be the best version of yourself, to be authentic, to be genuine, to look and feel real, to become commanding, compelling, charismatic by getting you to your highest level, to become a really refined version of you, but still you. That, my friend, is the style that will suit you best. One of the cities I spend a good portion of my time in is Dubai. And Dubai is known for its magnificent high-rises. When you want to build a high-rise, you can't just turn up one day and decide to build from floor 10. You can't just put in the ceiling of level 9 and begin putting in the frames. You can't just put in the windows and doors without putting a foundation. As important as these elements are, there is a point in time for when they come into play. You can't do anything or build anything without the correct foundation and the right framework, like an architectural blueprint. Once you have it, are aware of it, and you're following it correctly, you can then build what will become your magnificent high-rise. In fact, once you become familiar with the foundation and framework to correctly build a high-rise, you'll be able to do it anywhere, at any time. Let's treat your next presentation or public address like a high-rise. In order for you to get the maximum value out of this program, I recommend that you follow the order in which I've laid out the videos for you. The architectural blueprint. Remember when you were a child, you imagined things. You put chairs together, you put a bed sheet over it, and you called it a tent. Maybe you called it a castle. You had pillows stacked up, you would jump behind it, blocking yourself from the enemy, or maybe hiding away from your Barbie doll. I don't know, whatever you imagined. I want you to exercise your imagination some more. I want you to think that I'm here, standing in front of you, working with you live. So if I ask you to think about something, I want you to think about it. If I ask you a question, I would like you to answer it. If I ask you to do something, I would like you to pause the video and make sure that you do it before you continue on. Friend, this is critical because real learning happens when you're focused and actively involved. I'm a great coach, and I know that what I teach works, but it works for those who put what I say to work. Think of it this way. You have to do push-ups. I can't do them for you. I can share with you how to do it correctly, how many sets you need to do, how many reps you need to do in a set, your cadence. But doing the part, that's on you. Before we go any further, I need you to go and get yourself a booklet or a pad and a pen, because you'll be taking a lot of notes. This was an example of me asking you to do something. So if you didn't pause the video, make sure you do it now. Do you want to become great? Do you want to get the same results I get with CEOs? Do you want to be able to present with confidence? If you genuinely do, then you'll have to do what I make them do. I have them all. Turn everything off. I need your full attention. No excuses. I work with CEOs, world leaders, presidents, and royalty, and I ask every single one of them to do the same. Think of it this way. If, heaven forbid, you were going in for heart surgery, would you like it if your surgeon was distracted by their phone because of their messages, social media likes, or comments? Or would you appreciate their focus on the work at hand to make sure that you live? If you are on a flight, do you want a distracted, taking pictures for social media kind of captain? Or would you want someone who is focused to make sure that the entire flight is completely safe from takeoff to landing? Which would you prefer? Friend, you and this program deserve the same focus and attention. You have my complete focus and attention. It's important that you choose to give yours too. Because if you've invested in this program, then you clearly want and need the help. And I'm here giving it to you. I will share with you thoughts, and I will ask you to apply techniques that you probably won't be familiar with, or you've passively heard but never really understood or implemented. I will also ask you to do a lot of work. This means that your focus and undivided attention is required. It's mandatory. Listen, I'm not being a dick for the sake of it. I'm treating you with the same level of respect, honesty, and care that I give my top clients. You want results? Turn everything off. If you don't, you will pay the price of not getting the great value that all my other clients receive. Not because I didn't provide it, but because you didn't give your undivided attention. Now listen, if you need time to go and eat, I take breaks all the time. While I'm recording this, I'm taking breaks to go and eat. If you need to have a smoke, if you need to use the bathroom, or you just need to get some time out because your brain is fried from all the goodness that I'm sharing with you, or you want to check your messages, it's fine. Pause the program, take a break, but then come back. And when you do come back, make sure that you're focused and you have your undivided attention here. You've made an investment of money. You're going to make an investment of time. But the most important investment will be your undivided attention. What is your current reality? On a scale of 1 to 10, put your ego aside, what would you say is your current reality? How do you feel about your presentation skills and your public speaking ability? How confident would you rate yourself as a leader? Now, 1 is not so confident. 10 is complete confidence. Take a moment and rate yourself. When I started over 20 years ago, if I was asked that question, I would have written -5 because I was just at a terrible place and I was honest about it. This is not about showing bravado. This is not about, ego. You're not going to show this to anyone. This is just for your own personal record, kind of like a journal. This is about being real with where you are today and where you'd like to go. No one will see this. This is purely just for yourself, so that in time you can look back and see how much you've grown. Shortly, I'm going to ask you to pause the video. Why? Because the best way you will feel and see the transformation you're about to go through is to record yourself. Yes, you're doing it, no excuses. Ideally, it's an upcoming presentation that you have. Maybe you have to stand up and speak in a meeting, maybe it's a conference, maybe it's an event, whatever it may be. It doesn't have to be fancy, just a simple phone camera or even the camera that's on your laptop. That will do. I know it might be and will be uncomfortable. I know that you might not be ready for this. I know that you definitely hate me and we haven't even really started yet. But set up your phone, put it across from you, record yourself delivering your presentation or speech. Please don't give me any excuses. I've heard them all. As much as you might find this difficult, nothing will help you get better than facing your discomfort. And it's better for you to face this discomfort here with me right now than to go out there in the public where your audience will judge you. If you're going to face the discomfort, let's do it here. Even if you don't have a presentation coming up, use a previous presentation that you might have delivered. I don't care if you have to go as far back as middle school. Find a presentation, get it, pause the video, and record yourself. Pause the program here, go and record yourself. You won't get it just yet, but what you're going to go through with my process is transformative. It will be great for you to have a witnessing record to see how far you've come. The reality of you today versus the reality of who you've developed yourself to become. And I can tell you that seeing the difference in the videos will make you proud. One day, you might stand up to speak not just as a professional, but as an inspiration to the people around you who matter. And then you can tell them your story. Trust me when I ask you to do something. Much of my madness has a good reason for it. Trust my process, pause the program, record yourself, and then say goodbye to your current reality. Remember when you didn't know how to ride a bicycle? At first, you didn't know how to ride one because you hadn't gotten one. Once you did, there may or may have not been confidence issues. Confidence aside, like most kids, once you got on the bicycle, you realized that you lacked the skill to ride it. And then with time, you gained confidence. You also gained the understanding of balance and the importance of it to ride your bicycle. You got the foundation and the framework. And with practice on your part, even if it meant falling a few times, you got going. And once you did, there was no turning back. Presenting with confidence, speaking to impact, and communicating like a commanding leader is something that you too will be able to do. And once you do, there will be no turning back. Like all great challenges in our lives, the best way to deal with it is head on. We're going to quickly raise your confidence, give you the skills, and have you communicating like a charismatic and commanding leader in no time. Public speaking is made up of two elements, the inner game and the outer game. The inner game is a mental one. It's your mindset, your thoughts, the conversations that's running around in your head, the level of confidence you feel or lack, which often stems from the fact that you know you lack skill. The inner game is here. The outer game is about understanding your surroundings, gathering all that you need, and executing effectively to help you achieve a desired outcome. Like going to war, it's having strategy, it's having the armor that's required, it's having the right weapons. That way, when you go to war, you have the skill to win. The outer game is your skill, a skill that will enable you to present with confidence and speak to impact to any audience, anywhere, at any time. These are the two parts that form the whole, the inner game and the outer game. Confidence and skill. A whole that once you learn more about, develop, and refine will become like riding a bicycle. Once you gain your confidence and learn the skill, it becomes a part of who you are. And from there on, there is no turning back. With that understanding, let's begin to develop your inner game. How excited did you get the last time you had to stand up and speak? How happy? How happy were you the last time you had to prepare for your presentation? Being excited, jumping for joy, or looking forward to it aren't exactly the words or feelings professionals have at the thought of having to present or speak in public. If they can, many would rather avoid it. And for those that don't even feel this way, they still consider presenting and standing up to speak as more of a burden, as a chore, something they have to do. You might hear them say, or maybe you've even said it, let's just get it over and done with. Generally speaking, the feelings are negative. Having worked with tens of thousands of individuals from all around the world, I've heard almost everything. Most people have negative thoughts and conversations that's running through their head. What if I suck? What if I forget? What if I totally go blank? What if I get it wrong? What if I look incompetent and incapable? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if I look rigid? What will people think of me? How am I going to live with this crushed ego? These are but some of the many negative thoughts and conversations that are probably running through your mind if you don't put a leash and take control of your thoughts. Where do you think all that anxiety comes from? The stress, the discomfort, dry throat, sweaty palms, shoulders tightening up, that sickness feeling that you get in your stomach, shaky knees? Where do you think all that comes from? And even if you look great on the outside, that turmoil that you feel on the inside, these feelings stem from negative thoughts and conversations that you're allowing to roam freely in your mind. They boil up inside of you, and then whether you know it or not, over time, fears start building up in you. Fears like the fear of the unknown. What's going to happen? Fear of rejection. What if they disagree? Fear of looking stupid. That kind of needs no explaining. Fear of exclusion. What if I create a divide between myself and the audience? Fear of a past mishap. Maybe you stuffed up in the past and you're afraid you're going to stuff up again. Fear of not being liked or loved. All these negative thoughts, conversations, discomfort, and fears at any level comes from 3 places. Number 1, you're in your head. You think that it's about you. 2, your current thoughts are self-defeating. Your perception of presenting and speaking is negative, that it's a barrier, an impediment, an annoyance in your life. And 3, you're aware that you lack the skills. This is actually what strongly and subconsciously hinders your confidence. Skill breeds confidence, and so far you've been aware of this vacuum of your existing skill and what is expected of you, or at least what you expect of yourself. And so you get sucked into these negative thoughts. Let's tackle each point, because these are the realities that you must both accept and address. Once you do, with what you will learn in this program, along with your continuous effort and practice, you will find yourself playing this game and winning. How excited did you get the last time you had to stand up and speak? How happy? How happy were you the last time you had to prepare for your presentation? Being excited, jumping for joy, or looking forward to it aren't exactly the words or feelings professionals have at the thought of having to present or speak in public. If they can, many would rather avoid it. And for those that don't even feel this way, they still consider presenting and standing up to speak as more of a burden, as a chore, something they have to do. You might hear them say, or maybe you've even said it, let's just get it over and done with. Generally speaking, the feelings are negative. Having worked with tens of thousands of individuals from all around the world, I've heard almost everything. Most people have negative thoughts and conversations that's running through their head. What if I suck? What if I forget? What if I totally go blank? What if I get it wrong? What if I look incompetent and incapable? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if I look rigid? What will people think of me? How am I going to live with this crushed ego? These are but some of the many negative thoughts and conversations that are probably running through your mind if you don't put a leash and take control of your thoughts. Where do you think all that anxiety comes from? The stress, the discomfort, dry throat, sweaty palms, shoulders tightening up, that sickness feeling that you get in your stomach, shaky knees? Where do you think all that comes from? And even if you look great on the outside, that turmoil that you feel on the inside, these feelings stem from negative thoughts and conversations that you're allowing to roam freely in your mind. They boil up inside of you, and then whether you know it or not, over time, fears start building up in you. Fears like the fear of the unknown. What's going to happen? Fear of rejection. What if they disagree? Fear of looking stupid. That kind of needs no explaining. Fear of exclusion. What if I create a divide between myself and the audience? Fear of a past mishap. Maybe you stuffed up in the past and you're afraid you're going to stuff up again. Fear of not being liked or loved. All these negative thoughts, conversations, discomfort, and fears at any level comes from 3 places. Number 1, you're in your head. You think that it's about you. 2, your current thoughts are self-defeating. Your perception of presenting and speaking is negative, that it's a barrier, an impediment, an annoyance in your life. And 3, you're aware that you lack the skills. This is actually what strongly and subconsciously hinders your confidence. Skill breeds confidence, and so far you've been aware of this vacuum of your existing skill and what is expected of you, or at least what you expect of yourself. And so you get sucked in to these negative thoughts. Let's tackle each point, because these are the realities that you must both accept and address. Once you do, with what you will learn in this program, along with your continuous effort and practice, you will find yourself playing this game and winning. Remember when you went on your first date? How did you feel? Did you have butterflies? Did you feel nervous? Sweaty palms maybe? You couldn't eat, you couldn't drink, you couldn't concentrate, couldn't think. You were just dying in anticipation. These are all common feelings we've all had for our first dates. And when it comes to presenting or public speaking, the difference is what you associate your feelings with. For your date, all those feelings were associated and put in a positive context. For public speaking, the same feelings are based for most in a negative context. The key here is the association you choose to make. The association is something that you can be conscious of. You can actively change it, and it works wonders. Instead of labeling how you feel as anxiety, you can relabel your feeling. Hey, this means that I'm alive, because if I'm dead, I won't be having any of these feelings. Instead of labeling the fact that you're freaking out, you can relabel yourself as a rock star. My job here is to give it my best. Instead of labeling yourself as being afraid, you can relabel that fear to something like, hey, fear is normal. It's like having a baby. It's scary, but from what my brother tells me, it's a lot of fun. Instead of labeling the fact that you're having sleepless nights, you can relabel the feeling to something that's positive. The fact that you have more time to practice and deliver a kick-ass speech. Kev, are you telling me to play mind games? Friend, that is exactly what I'm telling you to do. The best communicators play mind games with themselves. Next time you have to deliver a presentation or have to speak to an audience, you will get anxious. You will have butterflies. Think of it as a first date. A date with your audience. Now, that might not be all that pretty, kidding, but think of it as an exciting date. Sure, you'll be nervous, but make your brain think that it's the positive kind by relabeling your thoughts. It works. Have fun. Remember when you were a kid? You probably had a PlayStation, Nintendo, Sega, or an Atari console in your home. If you recall, whatever game you chose to play, the chances are you sucked at the start, but it was only a matter of days, if not hours, that you got better and better and better, to the point where you would just rock up, switch the game on, and boom, you were smashing level after level after level. Speaking is no different, and that's my tip and mental trick for you. Think of presenting and speaking in public as a game, your new game. If you can't present or speak well today, it's okay. Accept it, not as fate, but as a point in time. Think of it as the early days of your now new adult game. Every time you have a pitch, a presentation, a boardroom meeting, or an annual event speech, remember that it's no different than playing a game where you're willing to learn, practice, play, and get better. And thanks to this program, soon enough you'll be smashing through level after level, delivering any presentation or any speech with ease. Just like when you were a kid. Embrace this thought. It's a shift in thinking that will have you become calm and more confident in preparing and presenting the speeches you have coming up. Take your index finger, point it up high. Now I want you to move them in a circle, and I want you to go clockwise. Clockwise, the way of the clock, and now keep that motion and lower your arm. Just lower your arm. Which way is your finger moving now? Anti-clockwise. We do it again. Raise your arm. Make sure your index finger is going clockwise. Clockwise. Keep that motion. Keep that motion. Just lower your arm. Which way is your finger going? What happened? Perspective. Nothing changed except for your perspective. What have I shared with you so far? that you can only have one thought at a time. Left without a leash, the thought is negative, but you can choose to force a positive thought. That's a change in perspective. What's another change in perspective that I've shared with you already? Putting yourself in the shoes of your favorite teacher. Realizing that even though it may be your presentation or your speech, the real truth is simple. It has nothing to do with you. The reference and focus should be the audience. Instead of worrying about how you will look or wondering whether you'll be impressive, your focus from now is to be to your audience what your favorite teacher was to you. What's another change in perspective that I've shared with you? The nerves you have, instead of thinking that you're feeling sick, you can relabel them and think of them as butterflies before a date. And what about going back to being a kid again, playing video games? That's a change in perspective as well. Here's one more change in perspective. The fact that every time you have an opportunity to present, speak, or communicate, it's exactly just that. An opportunity, a chance, an opportunity to sell, an opportunity to inform, an opportunity to influence, an opportunity to persuade, an opportunity to get your team to buy into your vision, an opportunity to change your board's decision in terms of the company's direction, an opportunity to be seen as the obvious candidate to get the job, an opportunity to stand out and shine. Oh, I forgot. Remember the attitude of gratefulness? That's a change in perspective. The fact that you're blessed to have an opportunity to pitch. You're blessed to have an opportunity to present. You're blessed to have an opportunity to influence. You're blessed to have an opportunity to inspire. You need to see it this way. You need to choose to see it this way, because all great communicators choose to see it this way. That's the perspective they choose to see. Clockwise or anti-clockwise, your choice. Did you know that one of the reasons smokers feel calmer and more relaxed when they go out for a smoke is because that is actually the time when they take a deep breath? That's right, taking deep breaths increases both oxygen and the flow of blood to the heart, lungs, and brain. I want you to right now take a moment and take a deep breath with me. And another one. One more. Oh, if you did it like me, you, like most people, did it wrong. When you were a child, or if you have young children today, you would have noticed that it's cute how when they breathe, their tummy goes in and out. Their shoulders don't go up the way we do these days. Their chest doesn't puff out when they take a deep breath. This is something we do as adults. Kids breathe the correct way. Their tummy goes in and out. They breathe in deeper. Kids breathe correctly. Somehow as adults, we've messed it up. So I want us to go back to breathing like when we were kids, the correct way. Here's what I'd like you to do. Put your hand just under your rib cage. Now take a deep breath in without moving your shoulders, without puffing out your chest. Consciously breathe to take the air into your tummy. So make sure that your shoulder doesn't go up. Make sure that your chest doesn't pop out. You want to make sure the air goes in completely into your tummy. When you're breathing in, you really want to just make sure that your tummy is sticking out. You're really taking that air deep in. So breathe in through your nose because the air is smoother this way. Hold it for a few seconds and then breathe out. Let's try it. You need to be able to feel your hand move. Put your hand under your ribcage and make sure that you're feeling your tummy expand. That, my friend, is the correct way to breathe because you've been doing it wrong for long. It's important that you consciously correct yourself to this way of breathing. It will take effort, and with time, it will become the way you breathe. I rephrase, you must make it the way you breathe. Until it does, you must be conscious of it. You must practice consciously to breathe correctly. Why am I telling you about breathing correctly? Well, many professionals at the thought of having to stand up and speak or deliver a presentation, you know it, get anxious, stressed, tense, stiff neck, dry mouth, croaky throat, the whole works. When I was growing up and I would stress out, Mama would tell me, Kev, stop. Take 10 deep and slow breaths. If you're sitting down, I want you to stand up and take 10 deep breaths with me. I'll do it with you. Whee! So I would do this 10 breaths like I did with you right now, and Mama would then say, okay, Kev, now go on and take the world. I know what you might be thinking. I thought the same at the beginning. What's this breathing thing have to do with getting rid of my speaking nerves? What's this bullshit? In its simplest form, when you take 10 long and deep breaths, what you do is you fill your heart, your lungs, and your brain with oxygen. And oxygen is good. I don't know about you, but just doing it with you made me feel even better. You will sense everything slow down, like you see in the movies, and you begin to feel relaxed. If you were to come to my home, my mama would treat you the same way she treats me and my brothers. You become one of the family. Everyone is treated equally to the love and might of my mama. And so if she saw you that you're stressed out, she would tell you exactly the same thing. Stop, take 10 deep and long breaths. It only takes 2 minutes, but it makes all the difference. Again, I know that what I've shared with you sounds simple. It's a simple strategy that has helped many of my CEO clients become calm and commanding. Yes, just the fact that they're breathing correctly. They become calmer and more commanding. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is do it and try it out. Focus on breathing correctly, consciously, and consistently. It will reward you beyond what you believe or realize today. This is a fundamental element to helping you become cool, calm, and commanding when you communicate with anyone, anywhere, at any time. Don't dismiss this super simple strategy. Remember to trust my process. It's proven. Take a long and deep breath. Let's continue. How did you become a renowned motivational speaker? By being terrible at it. How did you become the public speaking coach to world leaders? By being terrible at it. How did you become a great kizomba dancer? By being terrible at it. How did you become so good at communicating with women? By being terrible at it. Whatever you ask me or any great individual in any capacity, they will tell you that when they started, they were terrible at it, but it's because of their willingness to accept the pain of being terrible, working through from the bottom, being relentless in their pursuit of their dream, and not wanting to spend a day ever regretting not having taken action that they will jump head in. No great person today has ever started in the comfort of being great from the get-go. No way. The process of your greatness starts with you being terrible. I share this with you so that you know that you too can become great. But It will require you to accept that greatness will come from you having to put in what you learn into practice. You might soar like an eagle on your first attempt, or you might take flight and fall. But it's important for you to realize that with this program, you're doing the right things. And it's only a matter of time, a matter of you putting in the hours and refining your skill until it becomes and feels natural. All the points I've made so far and the many more to come, I want you to apply immediately, wherever you can, whenever you can. Apply it. There's nothing to wait for. Be terrible already. In the words of the great Zig Ziglar, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Friend, the good news is you've started. Your greatness awaits you. All you have to do is start by being terrible. What's the worst that can happen? This is a question I teach my clients to ask themselves before every presentation or speech. I want you to think of your upcoming presentation. You need to stand up and speak. I know that it may be important for you. Maybe it's a project that's on the line. Maybe it's a promotion. Maybe it's you trying to buy some more time. Without reducing the value of what's at stake, I still want you to think and answer this question. What's the worst that can happen? Now, I by no means am saying to devalue the opportunity and the importance of any presentation, no matter how small. I don't mean for you to say, oh, Kev said it's not a big deal, and have a lazy attitude about it. That's not what I'm saying. Not at all. That's not what I mean. You must always give it your best. You must always give your audience your best. Doing that, you ask the question, what's the worst that can happen? Write this down. It's important that you write it down. So pause the video if you need to, but you need to write this down. Write it down because it's important for you to see what's written on the piece of paper. What's the worst case scenario? To this very day, no one has ever written, I'm going to die, which to me is the worst possible result. And frankly, if you will live to fight another day, then it's not so bad. I say this because often stress kills creativity. It kills your personality. It kills your true capabilities. It's important for you to realize and have the right perspective. I know that you really want to get the best outcome for your presentation, but you can go about it in a calm, clear, and confident manner. The question you ask yourself is, what's the worst that can happen? You answer it by writing it down. And in doing so, you will realize that it's not so bad after all. Our attitude towards others, said Earl Nightingale, determines their attitude towards us. You may be concerned with what your audience will think when you stand up to deliver your message. If you catch yourself feeling this way, I want you to go back and listen to me talk about your favorite teacher. I want you to do it as many times as you need to until you get sick of my voice. The thought of what your audience think of you, because you're so focused about yourself, must become a thing of the past. It's like oil and water. Whatever you do, it won't and can't mix. Water is your old mindset. Oil is your new mindset. Once you've truly put yourself in the shoes and have the mindset of your favorite teacher, you, like oil, will rise to the top. Worried about the judgment of the audience becomes a thing of the past. Having traveled, spoken, and worked with clients across 5 continents for over 20 years, let me give you an insight as to what the majority of the audience are actually thinking. Let me tell you what they're not thinking. Ha 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 ha! Look at this person! Sucker! So nervous! Hee! What they're thinking 99% of the time is, gee whiz, I'm glad it's not me standing up there. Realize the audience you will face will in most cases be your supporters. Supporters? What do you mean, Kev? Supporters. Supporters. Alright, let me explain. Because funnily enough, when I'm working with CEOs and world leaders, many of them realize this positive thought for the first time after I've shared it with them. They, maybe like you, have always had the thought that it's me against the audience. Not true. The audience want to connect with you. The audience want to engage with you. The audience want to be inspired. The audience want to walk away feeling that they got something of value. I've never met anyone, maybe you have, but I've never met anyone in the audience who's ever told me that they were looking forward to wasting the next 20 minutes of their life listening to someone deliver a terrible presentation. Not once. And I'm constantly in and out of events, boardrooms, and meetings. No one, not one person in the audience has or will ever want to voluntarily be bored, put into a coma, or walk out wishing they could be hit by a bus. Yes, they may have been bored by the previous person. Yes, they may feel like they're stuck in an event because they have to be there, but given the chance, they would love to feel connected and engaged with someone. Even if you think about it selfishly, on their behalf, just help them make their time go faster. I've said all this because I hope that you understand that instead of being anxious, nervous, and stressed out about having to give your speech, feeling that it's you against the audience, reframe your thinking. The audience is on your side because they want to be, for their own sake. Like your favorite teacher, work hard to prepare. With my process, learn to craft a clear message and learn to deliver in an engaging way. Always remember that you already have the benefit of an audience wanting to hear you speak. That should be your frame of mind. Your job every time you deliver a presentation or stand up to speak is to do right by the audience, to give them your best, to deliver what the audience are hoping, to be engaged, to make their time fly, and to receive a clear message from having heard you speak. Let them be mesmerized. Let them be engaged. Let them be inspired. Let them speak of you for weeks to come, that you are magnetic, compelling, commanding, as a professional, as a leader, one who speaks with impact. That's what they're hoping for. That's what they should get. Remember what Earl Nightingale said. Our attitude towards others determines their attitude towards us. Give your audience your best. Give them even more of a reason to support you. Remember when you went on your first date? How did you feel? Did you have butterflies? Did you feel nervous? Sweaty palms maybe? You couldn't eat, you couldn't drink, you couldn't concentrate, couldn't think. You were just dying in anticipation. These are all common feelings we've all had for our first dates. And when it comes to presenting or public speaking, the difference is what you associate your feelings with. For your date, all those feelings were associated and put in a positive context. For public speaking, the same feelings are based for most in a negative context. The key here is the association you choose to make. The association is something that you can be conscious of. You can actively change it, and it works wonders. Instead of labeling how you feel as anxiety, you can relabel your feeling. Hey, this means that I'm alive, because if I'm dead, I won't be having any of these feelings. Instead of labeling the fact that you're freaking out, you can relabel yourself as a rock star. My job here is to give it my best. Instead of labeling yourself as being afraid, you can relabel that fear to something like, hey, fear is normal. It's like having a baby. It's scary, but from what my brother tells me, it's a lot of fun. Instead of labeling the fact that you're having sleepless nights, you can relabel the feeling to something that's positive. The fact that you have more time to practice and deliver a kick-ass speech. Kev, are you telling me to play mind games? Friend, that is exactly what I'm telling you to do. The best communicators play mind games with themselves. Next time you have to deliver a presentation or have to speak to an audience, you will get anxious. You will have butterflies. Think of it as a first date. A date with your audience. Now, that might not be all that pretty, kidding, but think of it as an exciting date. Sure, you'll be nervous, but make your brain think that it's the positive kind by relabeling your thoughts. It works. Have fun.
That's confirmed it here. And I hate to break up your shine, but it's my turn to live. If you're only talking about no money, nigga, don't even speak. Pay me for conversation, baby, cause my shit ain't freestyle here. You lay some paper on the table, I'ma flow with it.
go hard for my money, give it, go hard for my money. I go hard for my money, I'm a grind all night, hard. I go hard for my money, go hard for my money. I go hard. And that is I'll get myself in the zone. This song, every time I hear the song, boom, I get fired up. I don't know why, but I can just tell you that I get fired up. What's one of your favorite songs? The song that whenever it plays, your mood just switches instantly. If it plays in the car, you're like turning it up. If no one's even watching, you might sing along. Heck, if you're like me, you'll do a seat dance. Of all the songs in the club, if this song comes on, you start dancing, at least maybe on the inside. If you hear it in a cafe, a subconscious smile comes on your face. If it's on your friend's playlist, you claim it. Hey man, that's my jam. What's that song for you? Pause this video, go get your song. I want you to play it. Yep, now, pause the video, play the song if you have it, or go download it now. I want you to play it once, and then come back to this video. People have asked me, Kevin, what do you do before you stand up to speak? Well, this is what I do before I stand up to speak. This is what I use to get myself in the zone, and I use this with my clients as well. I'll tell you what I tell them. We can't control what happens to us. You can't control many things in life, and as a busy professional, plenty happens every day and in every imaginable way. Bad news, challenges, foul mood, exhaustion, you name it. What you can and must control is your mind, your energy, your engagement with the audience. What you can and must control is the delivery of your message when presenting. You can't control 1,000 things in your life, but what you can control is your state, and you should. So here's what I do that works for me to get in my zone. I listen to gangsta music, hip-hop and R&B. I listen to 50 Cent, Dr. Dre. I listen to J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, The Weeknd. I listen to USDA, Fort Minor, you name it, Macklemore, Sia, Chris Brown, Pitbull. There's plenty. There are certain songs that for me instantly put me in a zone. It doesn't matter if I'm in a bad mood, if I got bad news, if I'm not feeling it, if I'm tired. The moment the song comes on, boom, that's my jam. I'm in the zone. Now, you might hate the kind of music I like. It's okay, because it's not your in the zone music, it's mine. What you have to do is to find your songs, the 1 or 2 songs, or maybe the 10 songs, that immediately when it plays, without you even realizing, it puts you in a great zone. You can then do what I teach my clients to do. You can use it before you start preparing your presentation to put you in a great positive mood. You should play it when you're taking a break. You should play it between takes while you're rehearsing, and even right before going up on stage. That's what I do every time to this very day. Before going up on stage, I will have music playing in my ears. I have a client that loves Coldplay, so he listens to Coldplay before he gets on stage. Another client likes Justin Bieber. Wait a second, I like Justin Bieber too. Don't judge me. This is something you can and must control. This is something I do every time. This is something I make sure my clients do every time. And this fun and simple strategy alone helps every one of my clients feel better before going up to present. It also helps them deliver better. So while they're delivering their message, they feel the power of the state they're in. They're able to deliver their message with impact. Think about it. If you go up on stage or you have to present, which version of you do you think does better? The dull and down on energy version, or the energy of you that's in a great mood? Regardless of your presentation, the version of you that's in a better mood delivers a better presentation every time. Putting yourself in the zone makes you feel powerful. It helps you be powerful, and therefore you deliver with power. But Kev, music is not my medium. The point is, put yourself in the zone. I had a client whom I could see just light up every time we spoke about her baby boy. She also said that in her role, music was going to be difficult to implement. No worries, you have one of these, don't you? As I pointed to her phone. She did. It was perhaps just like yours, attached to her body. So I told her to put the picture of her son on the screensaver. And anytime, right before she goes up to speak, she just clicks on the phone, sees the picture of her son, gets herself in the zone. She has a positive and powerful thought before she hits the stage. Boom. And if you say, Kev, neither music or pictures work for me, well then find something that works for you. How about an inspiring quote? Sometimes the simplest of sentences are so powerful. And if you find one that resonates with you, boom, use that to get in the zone. One of my clients follows my work on social media. This client told me that he loves quotes. In fact, one of his favorite quotes was one of my quotes. The quote is, "No one needs to give you permission to be great. You hold that authority." So he had that quote on his screensaver to help him get in the zone before any and every meeting, which he had 4 or 5 of every day. Remember, you can't control many things in life, but what you can control is your state, putting yourself in the zone. A side note, I didn't plan on doing this, but I will. I'll tell my guys to create a bonus or a download section and make it available for you. My personal playlist of songs and some motivational quotes. Again, you might not like my music. These are my jams. The key thing is for you to find what works for you. Find your own. Get yourself in the zone. Earlier, I touched on the importance of putting a leash on your thoughts, relabeling them, changing your perspective on things, and really taking control of the kind of conversations you allow to have in your head. And oh, let's not forget that have fun switch that you have to turn on. But there is a level of confidence that comes from having skills. A level of confidence you don't have today because you lack skills, but a level of confidence you will have that will be undeniable because of the skills you will learn to have. Nothing will give you more confidence than knowing that you can go to war and win because you have the skill to win. You're not hoping, you're not walking around aimlessly, you're not praying, you're confident in yourself. You're confident in the fact that you have skills. That's the power of having skills. I want you to start realizing and raising your confidence because very soon, when we begin learning about the outer game, you will be gaining powerful skills. Consider confidence as a seed that you plant in the ground, and then consider skills to be the water, sun, and nutrients that will help your seed germinate to form deep roots in the ground. Deep roots of confidence. Roots of confidence that will enable you to stand tall. And the more you grow and the more you do, the stronger you become, the taller you stand, and the deeper the roots of confidence grow, like a commanding, solid, and immovable tree. This, my friend, is the result and effect of having skills. It gives you the confidence to present, speak, and communicate to any audience, anywhere, anytime. When you develop a skill, like you will with this program, then it won't matter how you're feeling on any given day. It won't matter what time zone you're in. It won't matter whether you're in a meeting room, boardroom, or conference room. You have the skill. You have the confidence to go to war and the skill to win, all whilst having fun. The confidence you will grow to have will also further help you have better conversations, better thoughts, and the right perspective and mindset. Remember, skill breeds confidence. Tens of thousands of clients have applied one or a combination of what I've shared with you so far to develop their inner game, replacing their previous negative feelings with far more positive and empowering thoughts, and raising their overall confidence when presenting or speaking. What may look to you like simple thoughts have brought about significant results for many. My clients have applied what I've shared with you so far to become calm when preparing, clear when rehearsing, and compelling when speaking. What have I shared with you so far? Reminding yourself every time about the best style that suits you, which is reminding you about your end game, which is the switch you need to always turn on. What is it? Putting your thoughts and your conversations on a leash. Why? Why have I asked you to do that? Communicating with your audience like who and how? Tell me. Breathing correctly. Why? What else have you learned? Listen, Here's what you need to do now. Before you go any further, I want you to go back and review the modules again. All the videos from the start. But Kev, I kind of remember what you said. No! We're not going to be in the business of kinda. We need to be in the business of certainty. We need to be in the business of winning. We need to make sure that you can present with confidence and speak with impact. That you can communicate like a leader to any audience, anywhere, and at any time. There is no room for kinda. The first few times when you watch my videos, you're only becoming conscious of what I'm saying. But you're smart. You know that our behaviors aren't driven by our conscious mind. The conscious mind is like 10% of how we behave. 90% of our behavior is driven by our subconscious mind. And it's important that we get your subconscious mind working with you. Because when we do that, then you become naturally charismatic. You become naturally cool. You become naturally commanding. You become naturally compelling. I don't want you to think that what you're going to learn are things that you're going to put on and take off. I want you to understand this program and what you learn must be woven into the fiber of who you are. I want you to learn this so that it's part of your subconscious. I want you to subconsciously hear me so you get sick of my voice. I want you to see me in your dreams, heck, nightmares. I don't care, whatever you want to call it. I literally want it drummed into your subconscious so that the points I've made so far become a part of who you are, how you operate subconsciously. When we were kids, my brothers and I would watch the movie Bad Boys with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. Such a great movie. We must have watched it like 50 times over one summer. Literally every day, maybe twice a day. My brothers and I literally learned every single line of the movie. We would have the movie running, and then between the three of us, we would say the dialogues. That's how much the movie had become a part of us. We had become bad boys. When I get new clients and they ask me how do I achieve remarkable success with my existing clients, I tell them that apart from the fact that my process is proven, that the thoughts that I share are simple and significant, I make all my clients do what any great individual does to achieve greatness. Can you guess what it is? Repetition. Doing the right thing over and over and over again. Yes, it's boring. Yes, it's a lot of work, but it helps make the transition from the conscious to the subconscious, from you having to think about it to one day realizing it's just part of who you are, how you communicate like a commanding leader. My clients and I keep going over each point. We keep doing it for as long as we need to until they are literally thinking and saying what I'm saying. They're repeating my words as I'm saying it. And then they no longer hear my voice in their head. They hear their own new voice. They hear the voice of strength. They hear the voice of power, the voice of confidence, the voice of skills. My friend, repetition is boring. I agree. But with the right knowledge that I'm offering you, it will be the key to your success. That's what I do with my clients, and that's what we must do together. So, go back from the start, from the first video, and watch it again. Do not proceed beyond this video until you have at least gone through all the previous videos from the start to this point at least twice. If you're smart, you will do it 3 times. I know, it's boring and it's a lot of work, but it's worth it. There is a method to my madness, and as much as you might hate me in the moment, I know that your future self will thank and love me. You're welcome. Go back to the first video with complete attention. From the top, let's begin. Okay, if you're proceeding from here on, I'm going to trust that you've rewatched the videos just as I had asked you. I trust you. You invested in yourself, you're putting in the time, and I trust that you're smart enough to know that the intelligent thing to do is to follow a proven process. Put the inner game portion of this program into action, and you will witness new levels of calmness and confidence. Now, let's get into the outer game. Kev, what style suits me best? This is a common question that I get asked almost every week, and I know that the thought may have simmered in your mind. So let's be clear about what I'm here to help you achieve. Many look at great orators and say, oh, I want to be like Mayor Pete. I want to speak like Trevor Noah. I want to speak like Ellen. I want to speak like Mohandas Gandhi. I want to speak like Steve Jobs. I want to speak like Tony Robbins. I want to speak like Imran Khan. I want to speak like Oprah. Friend, I've heard it all. At one point, I kept hearing from one client after another telling me, Kev, I want to speak like Obama. Heck, I want to be Obama. No, you don't. Even though it's undeniable that Obama is a great orator. But you really don't want to be Obama. In actual fact, you will never be Obama. Don't feel bad about it. If it makes you feel better, Obama can never be you either. The mistake many make is that they want to be like someone else. I worked with a famous cosmetic surgeon on an important presentation. Throughout our discussion, we touched on the subject of challenges. And boy, did he have a good one to share with me. He said, Kev, people come up to me and ask me to give them Angelina's lips, Kardashian's hips, and everything in between. I have to be the one that tells them, although a celebrity may have a certain shape of lips or a certain type of hips, it's right for them. It wouldn't necessarily be right for you. What he said rings true not only for plastic surgery, but also public speaking. Only because Bill Clinton paced and squeezed each word for impact doesn't mean that you need to. Only because Barack Obama spoke with a certain pace and tempo doesn't mean that you have to. Only because Gary Vee turned up in a hoodie and had his hand in his pockets while speaking doesn't mean that it will work for you. All three of these guys, amongst many others, are great at communicating with impact. Their style, ways, tempo, use of gestures are all great, and it works for them. Keyword, them. We're all different. You and I are different. You will have your own style and way about you. You must understand that you can't be anyone but yourself. So don't try to be anyone when it comes to speaking. Don't start a fight that you're sure to lose. The best you'll ever come to is to be like Obama. And being like someone isn't a compliment. You can't be better or beat someone at being them. And neither will they be at bettering or beating you. You can only become the best that you can be. And I'll tell you what will work. What will work is you learning through my proven process, developing your public speaking skill, and focusing on becoming a great version of you. Use the likes of Obama as inspiration, not imitation. Be you. Do you. Understand the ultimate goal, the end game. Everything that we are going to do is to get you to the highest point, to be the best version of yourself, to be authentic, to be genuine, to look and feel real, to become commanding, compelling, charismatic by getting you to your highest level, to become a really refined version of you, but still you. That, my friend, is the style that will suit you best. We all face certain realities, whether it's your age, your accent, your nationality, whether you're in a crowded market, whether you're inexperienced and are challenged by dominant players, whether you're in a cutthroat industry, whether there is gender inequality in your domain. We all face challenges. These are realities and challenges that no one can deny. We won't deny it, but we won't let it dictate your reality. You need to cut through the noise. You need to embrace it all. The responsibility is yours. If things are against you, you need to work twice as hard to make your mark. And if that's what you need to do, well, that's what you need to do. It's important that you are aware of your surroundings. But as a leader, it's also your responsibility. It's your responsibility to show, in the very limited attention span that you have, that you are different. You need to give your audience reason to take notice. You need to give your audience reason to listen to you. It's your responsibility to get better. It's your responsibility to practice. It's your responsibility to lead. It's your responsibility to inspire, to become, like Steve Martin said, so good that you can't be ignored. Pay close attention to what I've shared and will continue to share with you. They are laws and realities that work anywhere, everywhere, and with everyone, regardless of your circumstance. By applying it, you will stand out from the others. You will rise above the rest. You will rise and be considered different. You will cut through the noise. Edward Everett is rarely remembered as a keynote speaker. Edward who? Don't be concerned. Over the years, only about 5% of my seminar attendees have heard of him. In 1863, Edward, an American politician, was a keynote speaker. He spoke for over 2 hours. So what's so special about not remembering Edward and his 2-hour speech? Because you've probably heard of the other guy that spoke right after him, Abraham Lincoln. He wasn't the keynote speaker on that day. He didn't have the 2 hours that Edward had. Yet, to this very day, Abraham Lincoln is remembered for delivering the iconic Gettysburg Address. The length of his speech? 2 minutes. Only 10 sentences. 272 words. Follow me as I show you step by step on how you too could potentially become as memorable as Abraham Lincoln. You have to deliver a presentation or stand up to speak to an audience. Many professionals, because of their knowledge and experience in their field, make the mistake of taking all the information they have. Pictures, articles, documents, press releases, charts, videos. They then put it all together onto a PowerPoint or keynote presentation. Then they find themselves staring at a pile of garbage. That's what it is, just garbage, everywhere. But wait, there's more. In the very limited time that they have, these professionals then spend their time readjusting the garbage. I'm going to go through for my company profile here, the article here, the chart here. The next slide, I'm going to put some pictures. Oh, our facility picture, put that in as well. More information, that will do it. They present. And then they wonder why their presentation was garbage, why they felt like garbage, and why the audience felt that the speaker spoke garbage. Because garbage will be garbage. This is not a magic show. You can't go eating a box of donuts, fast food, never exercising, watching TV series all day, and magically expect that you will have a beach body with a six-pack. Doesn't work that way. You can't just put in garbage into your presentation, then somehow miraculously think that when it's time for you to present, you'll just come out shining like a diamond. It's a mess. It's too much. This is something that you have to know. When a professional presents garbage, these are some of the thoughts that the audience would have. 1, they zone out. They're thinking about dinner. 2, they're just so bored they're like going, let me check my phone. 3, the thought in their head is, what the fuck is going on? Because I have absolutely no clue what's going on here. The reality is not only does it impact the professional negatively, the audience walk away not knowing what was said. And since they didn't know what was said, they won't remember anything. Ultimately, the professional failed because they couldn't deliver their intended message with clarity and impact. None of these outcomes or feelings we want associated with you when you're delivering your presentation or standing up to speak in front of your audience. So, what's the solution? You follow as I say, and we do what feels counterintuitive to most people. You start with a clean slate, a white piece of paper, a blank canvas, and it stays that way until you attend to the following points, which I will share with you shortly. Once you do so, you then come back to the blank canvas to create your masterpiece. For us to start, think of a specific presentation. Maybe it's an upcoming presentation or speech that you need to deliver. If you don't have one, find a previous one. But work with a specific presentation in mind. Wait, I know. How about the one you recorded earlier when I asked you to do it a few videos ago? Yeah, let's use that. From here on and until forever, every time you're required to stand up to speak or are required to deliver your presentation, you go through the following points. Begin by asking yourself a few critical questions. 1. Why am I speaking? 2. What one message do I want to leave with my audience? 3. Who is my audience? 4. How much time do I have? Once you do that, you need to then let it storm, go through the painful process of elimination, and then ask yourself, does it flow? Relax. I'm going to cover every single point in a separate video. A quick side note, don't just watch the videos passively. As you go through each video, pause the video as many times as you need to make sure that you get the work done. This is not a race. This is not a competition. The goal is to help you get better for life. All right, let's get to it. Why are you speaking? Why not just send the audience an email? Why have this meeting? Why this presentation? What's the purpose? Why you? I want you to think and answer these questions. Dig deep. In this day and age, you are competing for attention, more like the lack of it. So there better be a good reason that you're taking up my time if I have to hear you speak. If you're going to deliver a presentation or stand up to speak, you better do so with impact. And impact, first and foremost, comes from clarity. Kevin, help me speak with impact. These are the kind of phone calls I get. Every week, CEOs call and say, can you help me with the delivery of my speech? When I arrive, I often see a bigger need. Sure, they need me to help them with their delivery. They're paying me real good for it too, and I will help them. But first, I ask for an honest answer to a question. Do you really want to speak with impact? This is a question that you two have to answer. Do you really want to speak with impact? When my clients say yes, I'll break the news that we won't be working on their delivery just yet. But why? They sigh. Because very often they don't have a clear message. You can't work effectively on your delivery when you don't have a clear message. You're wasting your time. You're taxing your mind. Realize if your message is hazy in your mind, it will be a sandstorm out there. You have to be crystal clear with your message. If not, your entire mind capacity is going to go full force trying to deliver something that feels forced. It will take you effort, energy, and conscious focus, which means there will be nothing left in you to actually focus on delivery. It's only when your message makes sense that it will no longer be a burden on your mind. And then you will have the energy, focus, and consciousness to sharpen your delivery and achieve great results. In this case, delivering with impact. Because do you know what's worse than a professional who's a terrible communicator? One who is forgotten. You don't want to be forgotten. You also don't want to be remembered for being the blah, 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 blah kind of person. You want to be memorable. More importantly, you want your message to be remembered every time you stand up to speak. I will help you on the clarity of message. But again, I ask you, why are you speaking? Why not just send an email? Now, don't use my questions to say, hey, Kev, you're right. Emailing is much easier. Don't get it twisted. You will have to speak. There is no escaping public speaking. But dig deep in yourself, probe yourself, and write out all the things that come to your mind as to why you have to deliver your presentation. When I'm hired to speak, I do the same. I ask myself the same question every time. Why am I speaking? I go through the same process. Why are you speaking? What's the purpose? Every time you're required to speak, every time you're going to present, every time that you choose to communicate, your first question should always be, why am I speaking? Time and time again, leaders get up on stage to speak. They're excited to share their thoughts with the audience. In that excitement, they make a mistake. The mistake of saying too much. They cover the 7 C's when all they have is 7 minutes. Big mistake. It's a mess. It's too much. The audience is confused. They walk away remembering nothing. What I teach world leaders and what I hope you implement immediately is the secret to powerful presentations and speaking with impact. It's also counterintuitive. One message. That's right, just one message. But Kev, I have so much to say. Well, in that case, then you better speak more often. One speech, one message. One presentation, one message. One interview, one message. One book, one message. Think of it like fishing. You can't just turn up to sea and say that, hey, I'm going to cast my net everywhere. That would just be silly. Yet, this is exactly what professionals do with their presentations and speeches. It's no wonder they fail. Like any smart fisherman, you need to be able to pick a spot every time you choose to go out to sea. In the same way, every time you're required to speak, the first question you must ask yourself is, why am I speaking? The second question is, what is the one message I wish to deliver for my audience? Everything you say, the analogies you use, the case studies you share, the thoughts that you craft, the stories that you deliver should all be in line with that one message. Don't go blah, 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 blah on your audience. You want to be compelling? You want to be commanding? You want them to remember what you said? You want one message. Believe me when I say, you and the audience will feel the difference. It's better for your audience to remember one message than remember none. Think and act like a smart fisherman. One speech, one message. What's yours? An audience is anyone or any group on the receiving end of your communication. You could be having a sales presentation for a client. You could be delivering your pitch to a group of 3 to 5 individuals. You could be presenting your idea and vision to your superiors. You could be leading a team meeting and want to make sure that everyone gets on the same page. You could be standing up to speak to an audience of internal colleagues, partners, customers, or strangers. You could be wanting to harness the power of social media by recording videos that are powerful and delivered with impact. You could be doing an interview representing your brand, and there are countless of other scenarios. Imagine writing a love letter, but then addressing it to whom it may concern. Sounds silly, yet I see many professionals make this horrendous mistake, delivering the same presentation or the same speech over and over again to different audiences. No, never do that. Understand, there is a remarkable difference if you're speaking to internal managers, to university students, to foreign dignitaries, to young men, to older women. For every presentation, you need to ask, who is my audience? What are they thinking about? What are the issues that need to be addressed? What are their expectations coming in? What questions could they be having? And before you even say it, yes, it's your responsibility. This is a reality you need to face. It's your job to preempt everything and handle it if you want to speak with impact. The audience need to feel that you're speaking to them. Even better, the audience need to feel that you are one of them, that you get them, you feel them, you understand them. Let me give you a few examples. If you are speaking to a group of young students and would like them to step up and show the world what today's youth can do, to be proud of their country, to be proud of the company they're working in, you could use the stories and analogies of many youths from all around the world who made great use of the resources they had and created phenomenal projects that put their cities on the map. You could even go patriotic with statements that would resonate and inspire them. For example, you could say, "This is your land, your city, your opportunity, your future. Get out there and make a mark. Make yourself, your family, your city, and country proud. What you do will be the legacy you leave behind." Again, it's on you to figure out who will be in the audience and to address them accordingly to deliver your specific message. The example I just used would be a dumb presentation or speech to give if you're in a meeting and your focus is on how to best manage resources at work. Or if you're at a HR summit and the audience is a group of older HR individuals who are there wanting to learn how to better select good candidates for their companies. Again, it's on you to ask the question, who is my audience? What are they thinking? What's pressing on their mind? What burning questions do they have that must be answered? What can I say that will relate to their reality? Let me give you another example. If you're a man speaking to empower an audience that's made up of mostly women, then you could use the story of maybe your mother, your sister, or your wife and relate it to them. You could say something like this. Most of you know me as the chairman of ABC Company. What many don't know is that supporting me and every successful CEO is a CHO, a Chief Home Officer, a person that ensures I'm able to be the best that I can be. I am where I am today thanks to the support and wisdom of my beloved wife. Ladies, you may be in the limelight or you may be behind the scenes, but realize that there is no doubting the positive power and influence you have and have always had in our world. A side note, if you imagined yourself saying these words to an audience of women and felt a tingle in your spine, you're not wrong. because the chairman who delivered this went on to receive a magnificent standing ovation. A group of great women were inspired, and they left the auditorium ready to take on the world. Why? This happened because it was a clear and authentic message. It resonated with the audience. After you've answered the questions, why am I speaking? What's my one message? Answer this. Who is my audience? How do I look? If that thought is still in your mind, stop the video. I'm not kidding. Stop the video, go to the start, and watch the videos again. Because you would have missed the essence of what I've been trying to teach you. You've either been watching the video without focus and you haven't been actively participating in it. Or you just need to hear the message a few times so that you actually and truly get it. You, my friend, need to really put yourself in the shoes of your favorite teacher. You have to really get this point, because if you do, it means that you care for the audience. You care for the audience more than how you look. And that, my friend, is the secret of charismatic and commanding communicators. Not how great they look, but how much they care. Those are the people that we warm up to. Those people who are worried about how they look, we consider as cold, egotistic, and self-centered. They're not the type of people that we admire or like. If we're sitting in the audience and we have to pick between two individuals who are presenting at any level and for any reason, we will all like, trust, listen, and rate the speaker who obviously cares for us, the audience, far higher than the self-centered egomaniac who is concerned about how they look. So, how do I look? Isn't a thought that should enter your mind ever. Not now, not in the future, ever. If you truly are in the shoes of your favorite teacher. Remember when I said people make the mistake of taking all the information they have, the pictures, articles, documents, press releases, charts and videos, and they put it all together into, say, a PowerPoint or a keynote presentation? Then they find themselves staring at a pile of garbage? Well, it's because they don't have a process. There happens to be one place at one time you can bring all the information you gather, everything you have, and that is now. Not on your canvas, not on what you're going to present in front of your audience, and not before you've asked the first 4 questions. But now is the time to bring everything you have, everything you can think of, all your materials for the presentation that you're working on, before you get to go on to the blank canvas that's awaiting you. As an expert in your domain, you will have a lot of information and thoughts. This is the time that you let it storm. You can go nuts. Go for it. Gather all the information, bring it all to the table, write out all your thoughts on paper, type it out as you wish, write all over the place, write even if it doesn't make sense, write without editing, write freely, write in abundance, write like you will gain a second life. This is where you can go crazy. Write whatever comes to mind, and if time permits, you can go out, do your groceries, come back, write some more. Go for a run, have a workout, come back. Usually more thoughts come to you. Do so until you're exhausted. I will say it again. This is the only time you have permission to brainstorm. This is the only time you will exercise your freedom to put down gibberish. Having answered, why am I speaking? What's my one message? Who is my audience? And how much time do I have? Now is your chance to let it storm. Less is more. Now's the time that we sort out the gold from the gibberish. Once you go through brainstorming all the great things you want to say, your ideas, your thoughts, your stories, the analogies and examples, comes the process of elimination. It starts off as fun at the beginning, but the more you have to remove, the more painful the process becomes. Remember your one message? Think of it as a picture. If you're building a puzzle that shows your audience this one picture at the end, what are the pieces of the puzzle, and only the pieces of the puzzle that can help form this picture? If it forms part of the puzzle, it stays. If it doesn't, cut. Now, please understand, everybody thinks that their thoughts are great, and they could be. But the minds of your audience is merciless. Unfortunately, you don't have the luxury to be emotional about your content. If you bore or confuse your audience at any point, they will disregard your message. There's no second chances. You need to be merciless in the fact that for any given presentation, you need to ask, is the information you're including helping you form your single picture? If yes, it stays. If no, it goes. The books I generally write start off at about 500 pages. By the end of it, they're down to 100 pages. That's removing 80% of content. 80% of content, which I think is pretty good, but still, it doesn't help form the intended picture. So it must go. This is not fun, but it's needed to help deliver one picture to my audience. My webinar started off at 6 hours of solid material. I had to eliminate so much, and I came down to 3 hours and 30 minutes. That was only answering 3 questions. Why am I speaking? What's my one message? And who is my audience? Answering my 4th question required me to eliminate even more. I had to go from 3 hours and 30 minutes of solid material down to 1 hour and 55 minutes. It was brutal, it was cruel, it was merciless. But so is the audience. The speeches that I prepare are sometimes 2 hours of banging material, but I have to cut it down to just 15 minutes. That's my time limit. Oh, the pain. But this is the rule that I must stick to. One speech, one message, one picture. I have to eliminate everything and only ensure that what I share helps me deliver that specific message for that specific speech with impact. You must also realize this. The shorter your time, the tighter you'll have to be with what you can include. The more you'll have to eliminate, the harder you will have to work. You may have seen some of my motivational video clips on YouTube. I have to cut it from 10 minutes of solid content to under 2 minutes. It's painful, but it's worth it because it forces me to focus on delivering one clear message. Remember, clarity of message gives you impact. This process of elimination isn't fun, but it's non-negotiable. To help you with this painful process, let me share with you a coping mechanism I have suggested to my clients just to help them stay sane. You will have to eliminate a lot of content for this specific presentation or speech. But if you think that the content, the story, the analogy, or just your thought was great, then do what we do. Create a folder or a box. Call it future resources. Everything you delete, if you feel it's good, throw it in your future resources folder. In many cases, when working with clients, we removed so much great material, but they put it in the future resources folder. And then later, they were able to use it when brainstorming for their next presentation. They were able to utilize the content at some other point because now it actually fit as a great piece of the puzzle for the picture they were going to deliver. Whatever you have to painfully eliminate for this presentation, stash it in your future resources folder. The phrase less is more is one that you will have to embrace, but it will help you present with clarity and speak with impact. Now that you've brought your content down to only the required pieces of the puzzle that forms your picture, ask yourself, does it flow? Does it make natural sense? The best way to know this is to hear yourself say it, and you need to feel it. Sometimes your facts, thoughts, and ideas may be great at first, but when you go over it, when you hear yourself say it, it just doesn't sound right, or it just may not fit the way you first thought of it, the way you desired it in your picture. You've gone through the process step by step and you've arrived here. And now that you're reading it out loud, it just doesn't fit the way you initially thought it would. So what do? Delete. Ever stared at a river? It just flows. Effortless. Beautiful. When you stand up to deliver, I want you to think of your presentation or speech like a river. Your message and the flow of information must make effortless sense. It must make sense. I've seen people get up and speak an insane amount of nonsense with an expectation that their audience will somehow make sense of all of it. Wake up! If it doesn't make sense to you, it won't make sense to your audience. If it's hazy in your mind, it will be a sandstorm in the minds of your audience. If your audience have to think about it, you've lost them. Let me say all this again. If it doesn't make sense to you, then it won't make sense for your audience. If it's hazy in your mind, it will be a sandstorm in the minds of your audience. And if your audience have to think about it, you've lost them. The last thing you want is an audience that's trying to figure out what you've just said. They will stop listening, period. Your audience don't have the chance to question what you really mean. Your audience don't have the time to think of what you're trying to say. Say what you mean what you say. Do so with clarity, and make sure that whatever it is you're saying actually makes sense. Your talk needs to be one that's easy on the minds of your audience. I'm not demeaning the audience. They're smart. But the audience also are mentally lazy. They just don't want to think or have to think. They need to be able to follow you with absolute ease. Your speech needs to flow for you so that it could flow for your audience. Everything needs to make perfect sense. You're the one that's standing. You're the one that's delivering. You are responsible that your message makes sense. Not the audience, you. Remember, a river flows effortlessly. Does your river of information flow? Knowing why you're speaking, having a clear picture of what you wish to deliver, knowing your audience and your time limit, you have the relevant information that is now at a point where it actually flows naturally. When it does, that's finally the time when we actually go to your blank canvas. Congratulations! You now have the body and the first draft of what will become a presentation that you can deliver with clarity and impact. The year is 2002. In its 76 years of history, Team Sky, the British cycling team, has no record of success. 1 gold medal, no Tour de France's. Enter Dave Brailsford. In 2004, just 2 years in, the team wins 2 gold medals at the Athens Olympics. In 2008, they scoop 7 out of 10 possible golds at the Beijing Olympics. In 2012, they again grab 7 out of possible 10 gold medals at the London Olympics. Understand, this is significant, coming from a history of no record of success. But wait, there's more. Tour de France's 2012, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017. 5 of them. And now most people, and perhaps yourself, you're thinking, Dave Brailsford and his people are onto something incredible. Jet fuel supplement, or an overtly complicated and hard to replicate model. You might be thinking, how did he do it? What incredible techniques and strategies are these guys and gals implementing? Is it even possible to replicate such success? Gold was the goal. The prize was winning. But when asked about it, now Sir Dave Brailsford, he said, aiming for gold was too daunting. He continues, think small, not big. Adopt a philosophy of continuous improvement through the aggregation of marginal gains. We often overestimate the value of one moment and don't realize the power that accumulates from making better decisions every day. It may be impossible for you to become an overnight gold medal winner, but you can get 1% better in anything that you choose to do. The concept of marginal gains simply means that you can radically alter your life results by focusing on making better decisions. Small decisions that seem unimportant and go unnoticed in those moments, but they accumulate and build to an unbelievable mountain of results. Just 1%. Achieving perfection is great. Attaining large goals is great, but they are daunting. Instead, focus on progress. Focus on daily improvements. Focus on one thing every day. Focus on getting 1% better every day. Focus on marginal gains. That's all you need. The results will take care of itself. Simple? Yes. Significant? Yes. Do you want to know how powerful this is? Pay close attention. If you commit to focusing on getting 1% better every day, 1% on any aspect of your communication with my program, this could be as little as an extra 15 or 30 minutes every day, or even practicing your communication skills with your neighbor, your peers, your kids, your partner, your pet, heck, just the mirror. Just 1%. How long do you think it would take you to improve by 100%? When I ask this question, most clients would say 1% a day, 100%, well, that will take me 100 days. In actual fact, it will only take you 72 days. That's the power of marginal gains. It compounds on top of each other. The work that you do every day, 1% every day, no matter how small, adds up. It compounds. If you focus on putting this program to use and just getting better 1% every year, in 1 year, you become 37 times better. Not 37%, not twice better, not 5 times better. You become 37 times better. All from just focusing on making an effort to becoming 1% better every day. Like I said, I want you to be happy. I want you to be excited. I want you to know that you don't have to burden your mind. You're a leader. I'm building you for war. I'm building you for the long term. So forget about tomorrow. Forget about next week. Do what leaders do. Play this game of communication for the long term. This is a long game. But think and work the way the British cycling team did. 1% better every day. Do it daily, do it consistently, and you too will achieve the equivalent of all the gold medals that they have collected and more. Believe me, 1% better every day, the results will follow, naturally. The illiterate of the 21st century, said Alvin Toffler, isn't the person who can't read and write. It's the person who can't learn, unlearn, and relearn. We live in a changing and challenging world. You can find yourself behind the 8 ball and out of touch with the market if you don't embrace the attitude to learn, unlearn, and relearn. This isn't about ego, it's about surviving. It's about thriving. We must be vigilant in our thinking, with no hesitation, to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That, my friend, was the start of one of my speeches, in line with the picture that I had planned to deliver. I'm often asked, how do you know if your speech is effective? Well, reduce your speech down to one sentence. Think of your entire presentation or public address. Now, reduce it down to one sentence. What's the one sentence you want your audience to remember? It should be easy, bite-sized, and memorable. It sounds simple. It should be simple. You might have to spend a bit of time arriving to that simple sentence. This is important. It will help you to have the clarity to prepare your speech. This simple sentence will ultimately become your one message. The audience then feels and hears you, the speaker and the message, in a coherent manner. If they forget everything you say or everything in their day, they will remember you and remember your message, just as you easily recognized mine from the very short snippet but clear start that I made. Learn, unlearn, relearn. This is what will distinguish your speech as effective from the sea of other, blah, 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 blah presentations and speeches. Do you want your message to have significance? Then convey it simply. The following videos are going to be packed with thoughts, tips, and strategies to help you take your initial draft to the next level. It will require thought on your part. It will require action. And to get the best results, I recommend you do the following. Stop after every video and go through your entire draft, making the appropriate changes. What, Kev? Are you telling me that if you're going to share with me 10 powerful strategies, you want me to go through my draft 10 whole times? Are you kidding me? I'm not even going to answer that. All I'm going to say is, do you want the kind of results I get with my clients? Do you want to present with confidence and speak with impact? Do you want to communicate like a kick-ass leader? If you do, trust my process. You know what? I'll answer you. Yes, after every video from here on, I want you to go through your entire presentation and refine it with the thoughts that I share with you. I'll tell you why. Consider the draft as a living, growing organism. Every time you learn something, you can implement and tweak it into your presentation. At the same time, you're going over it, further instilling it in your subconscious. What many of my clients find is that by the end of my process, they very often know their presentation or speech, and they need no notes. Imagine that. Imagine being able to stand in front of your audience and deliver your message with impact. And you do it without the help of anything. You don't need or want anything. You got this, and you feel damn good about it. Well, that feeling doesn't come from hoping and wishing. It comes from having gone through this process properly. Because when you follow, as I say, you will grow to find a new level of calmness and confidence. One you will truly enjoy when you experience it. Now tell me you don't want that. Imagine you're in a boxing ring and you're facing off against the competitor who is undefeated, has twice your reach, 3 times your size, and I nearly forgot, is considered the world champion. Good luck. It's fair to say that you won't be winning this match. The good news is you aren't in a boxing ring. The bad news, your competitor is far more fierce than what I described. When speaking, you're facing off against what is still deemed to be the most powerful machine in the history of mankind. You're not dealing with a smartphone or a supercomputer. You're dealing with the mighty mind. Most people speak on average between 120 to 180 words a minute. At turtle-like speed, when comparing it to the 400 plus words a minute the brain can actually process. Meaning, if you're delivering a boring, standard, or weak presentation, within minutes, the two of you speaking, and the minds of the audience will be miles apart. In the words of George Bernard Shaw, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it's taken place. And if that wasn't enough, I've got even more bad news for you. ADD used to be described as a clinical term to label the restless few. Thanks to the beeps, tweets, pings, rings, and mental dings, I say that everybody today suffers from ADD. Yours truly being right at the top of that list. What you're facing is truly a brutal match. So, what's the solution? Be sharp, be on point. How? What I've shared with you so far, if applied, will put you immediately in the top 10% of communicators. Your competition is tough, but we're going to make you even better. We're going to make your presentation even better. Let's start with making your first draft shorter and simpler. Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain it simply, you just don't understand it well enough. All too often, talks and public addresses go wrong because the speaker thinks that this is a time to stroke their own ego. I've seen professionals misuse this speaking time to show off their capabilities, vocabulary, lingos, complex scenarios, and deliver fancy presentations. They talk so much gibberish, supposedly to suggest that they're smart. Let me tell you, there is nothing smart about this approach. All it does is it detracts away from your purpose as a speaker and communicator. Your end game isn't to impress your audience. Your purpose is to deliver your message. Do this and your audience will be impressed. This may be showtime for you, but it's not time to show off. This is the time, and a very limited one, for you to deliver your intended message with clarity, purpose, and impact. Don't talk gibberish. Don't use industry lingo unless the entire audience is completely made up of people who speak the lingo. The vocabulary that you use shouldn't be designed to impress people. If you really want to do that, you should be a rapper. Otherwise, don't get fancy. Keep it simple. Do you want to sound smart? Do you want to look credible? Do you want to be understood? Successful CEOs, leaders, and presidents who've been considered smart, credible, and charismatic, those whose speeches have been memorable and actually understood by the audience, use this technique. They use the simplest of words, words that could be understood by a 9-year-old, and they use short sentences. Simple, sharp, on point. That's how you deliver with impact. Winston Churchill understood the power of simplicity. When delivering his famous October speech in 1941, he picked just one message and delivered it simply. Never give in, never give in, never, never, never. Go through your first draft now and look at every aspect of what you're saying. Ask yourself, how can I make it simpler? How can I say what I want to say in a shorter way? How did my favorite teacher explain something so complicated in a way that I understood it? Do this and you will sense the difference. It will also be felt by your audience. And let me tell you, it will be significant. In the words of William Butler Yeats, think like a wise man, but communicate in the language of the people. What did he say? What did she say? If you're looking down and reading your notes, I can't hear your voice. And if I can't hear you, I'm going to guess what you said. And if I'm going to have to guess what you said, why the hell are you standing to speak in the first place? If your audience ever feel like they can't hear you and you remain unaware of it, you've lost them. Don't speak like a mouse. Don't mumble. Don't speak with your lazy voice. If your voice is shaky, you come across as shaky. If you speak too fast, you come across as nervous. If you speak so slow, they might think that you are actually slow. The sound of your voice is important. You might say, Kev, I don't have a good voice. Well, neither do I. Nothing like Taylor Swift. But we all have a voice that we can shape and make better to serve our purpose. A voice that we can consciously develop in order to be heard. I know you've experienced this. There is nothing that switches off an audience at an event than a professional standing up to speak in a monotone voice. I don't even know how to do it. A monotone voice. Sounds like a buzzing bee. It's putting you to sleep. Oh. Every time you speak, I want you to remember that your voice is an instrument. Use it with purpose. Your voice is your musical instrument. Experiment with it. You need to experiment and try things out. It will feel uncomfortable at first. That's given. But push through the discomfort. Push through it and play with your God-given instrument. Find your voice, because the chances are, if you're speaking now, that's not your true voice. Find your true voice. Like I said, experiment. Slow down when you want to say something serious. Speed up when you're exhibiting excitement. Increase your volume. Play with your tempo. Like a roller coaster. Take the audience on a ride with your voice. You have it. You might as well use it. Use your voice to express a range of emotions. Remember, this isn't the 80s. There are no more auditions for RoboCop. There is no room for monotone voices. Get with the program. Add vocal variety when you're speaking, just like how you let emotions show on your face. Use your voice to express your range of emotions. It will give depth to the message you're delivering. Now, I mentioned your true voice, and the chances are you're asking, well, how do I get my true voice? Where does it come from? Well, imagine projecting your voice. When I ask clients, where do they think their voice comes from? Most of them would point to their mouth. Some will go further back and they're pointing to their throat or, their voice box. That's true for your lazy voice, the mumbling voice, the screechy voice, the hesitant voice, the weak voice. That's not where your real voice comes from. Your real voice comes from way in. It comes from your belly button. At least you need to imagine it that way. I want you to imagine that you've got a tennis ball deep inside of you. And with your voice, you're projecting your voice across the room. You're projecting that tennis ball across the room with your voice. Not yelling, not screaming. The same way you took a deep breath in and you filled your tummy, imagine your voice coming out with that deep breath from your tummy and projecting outwards. You have to do this consciously. It will feel weird, but the more you practice, the more natural it will become. That is actually your real voice, not the one you're speaking with today. Your real voice is inside of you. It's yet to come out. The voice that comes out from deep inside sounds different. It will sound weird at first when you do it, but that's your real voice, the one that comes from deep inside. Become conscious of this. Focus on actively bringing your voice out from deep inside of you. Regardless of whether you're a guy or a girl, you should feel the vibrations of your sound throughout your body when you speak. In doing so, you will project your true voice. You will project depth. You will project power. You will sound stronger. Your voice will have more of a bass in it. You will feel solid and rooted. You will sense a calmness in you, and so will the audience. This is something that you will have to be conscious of and visualize so you can adjust your breathing and mind to focus on projecting your voice, to bring the voice from deep inside of you. And after some time, you will one day realize that it has become who you are. This is the way you speak naturally. You project calmness and confidence that is unquestionable. And you're doing this without even thinking. You have a musical instrument. Consciously practice on using it, learning about it, and refining it. That's the key to finding and tuning in to your natural voice. There is an arena full of people waiting to hear you play your musical instrument. I think my career just peaked, was Colin Firth's first words when accepting the Oscar for his very deserving role in The King's Speech. You could state a startling fact that might not be commonly known to get people's attention. For example, you might be in the aviation sector and are required to speak on an aspect of safety. You could start with, did you know that the likelihood of a fatality is 8 times greater when driving compared to flying. Your start needs to get attention. Your topic may be boring. Your topic may be important, but you have no right to use that as reasons for numbing your audience. Get creative. Start from the middle of the room. Start from the back of the room. Start by highlighting a dilemma. Start with a fact. Start with an intriguing thought. Start with a quote. Start with an anecdote. Maybe even share and show your point through an action. Many years ago at an event, I was hired as the keynote speaker. I went through the same process I've taken you through so far. My message was, people will judge you based on your cover. When I was introduced, I walked up on stage to an audience of 500 people in my pajamas. They all looked at each other, looked at me, looked at each other again, looked at me, kind of giggled, and then wondered what's going on. My opening words were, never judge a book by its cover. And yet, we all do it. You do it, I do it, we all do it. As a professional, if you fail to develop your communication skills, your audience of fellow professionals will judge you. They will perceive you to be as someone who is in their pajamas, that you're unprepared, unprofessional, and unbefitting to be a leader. Now, I know you might have one of two thoughts. Cool, that's awesome, I want to do the same. Or you might be thinking, oh wow, this is way out of my comfort zone. Or you might have a third thought. My work is way too serious for me to do this. Listen, I don't care how you start. However you choose to start, it's up to you. But you must start different. You must get attention. Let me give you one more example of starting different. My client was scheduled to deliver a presentation to an audience whose portfolio of investments had gone down by over 75%. He wanted to make sure that they don't just languish in fear or do anything rash, panic sell, and then realize a heavy loss. He wanted them to understand that the company had strong fundamentals and they had great leadership. He wanted them to play the long game. The picture he wanted to deliver was, hold on, it will be worth it. Here's how we crafted his start to get his audience's attention. His first words were, did you know that if you had invested $10,000 in Amazon in 1997, today it would be worth over $10 million. That's over 100x return, far more phenomenal than any other investment. But did you also know that very few investors enjoyed such a phenomenal return of investment? Why, you might ask? Because at one point, Amazon dropped by as much as 90% from its peak, and many got distracted, scared, behaved rashly, and panic sold. They lost. Amazon had strong fundamentals and great leadership, and those who understood it were the ones who held on and played the long game. They knew that if they held on, it would be worth it. And it was. Good morning, everyone. And he went into his presentation. How amazing is that? Wouldn't you agree that that is far more engaging than the standard, good morning, everyone, thanks for coming? Of course you do. I gave you a few examples to get your juices going, but I want to emphasize the following. It is your responsibility to arouse the attention of your audience, to arouse your audience's minds. That's your responsibility. Secondly, however you choose to start, it needs to be in line with your overall message. That picture, it should flow. You could come up with a few ways, but choose the one that truly captures your audience's attention and makes natural sense. All the other great ideas you might have that you have to cut, great, take it and put it in that future resources folder. And thirdly, at the beginning and the first few times that you do this, it will be uncomfortable for you. I understand it. But in the words of Benjamin Franklin, anyone who trades liberty for security deserves neither. You don't have an option here. You must get your audience's attention or you're better off going home. So be willing to get uncomfortable doing this until it becomes a part of who you are as a commanding communicator. Remember, everything great that you will experience will come from you pushing through the discomfort, pushing through your current comfort zone. So trust in me, and more importantly, trust in the process and trust in yourself. You can do this. You will do this. you will become a kick-ass, compelling, and commanding communicator. I want you now to jot down and try out a few ideas on how you can start different before you go any further. Whatever you do, never do the standard "good morning, thanks for coming" kind of crap. Finish strong. People remember the first and last thing you say. This means that your last words are remembered. Make them count. If your audience were interviewed and asked, "What one point do you remember about the speaker's message?" what would it be? The answer to that should be your one message, the picture. Just like the example I shared with you earlier. Learn, unlearn, relearn. We've covered the importance of starting different to get your audience's attention. Equally important is your ending, to end on a high, like a presidential close. Okay, you might not be a president, but you can still imagine and play along. Your final words are important, and it's imperative to ensure that it's in line with your message and fine-tune so you execute it well. This means that you don't need to get fancy. You simply need to refine what you wish to say and bring your message home. Think of it like completing a circle. Most professionals overlook this. They deliver their presentation, arrive at the end, and then it feels like they've surprised themselves by coming to the end. They will mumble, look confused, the energy drops to zero, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, thank you." They look like lost kittens, and in most cases, they just go, "Meh," and they leave. That, unfortunately, becomes the visual of what the audience remember of the professional. Very unprofessional. A close can be simple, but it must be deliberate. In the example that I gave you earlier about speaking to an audience in my pajamas, I started with, "Never judge a book by its cover." And so I ended that speech with my last few words being in line with my opening words and in line with my picture. Here's how I chose to close that presentation. Friends, we say to never judge a book by its cover, and yet we all do it. You did it at the start, I do it, we all do it all the time. To win the judgment, to be professionals who are befitting of being elected as leaders in the eyes of your audience, you must develop your communication skills. Communication is your cover, and whether you like it or not, you will be judged by it. Another example was of a time when I opened my speech with, "For things to change, it is you who must first make the change." And so my closing was coming full circle by saying, "For things to change, it is you who must first make the change." Again, everything is in line with that one message, with that one picture. Think of the close as rallying your audience to action. Most professionals make the mistake of ending their presentation, and by the time it comes to the end, the energy has just died off in the room. You must, at the very least, raise the energy to the same levels you started. If applicable and suiting for the occasion, you must raise your energy even more for your close. People remember the start and the finish. So, what is your call for action? Your last words are remembered. Make them count. You have to bring it home. End on a high note. End with hope. End with a smile. End with poise. End with power. Finish strong. Now that we have the two bookends in place, starting different to get the audience's attention and closing with power so that they remember your last words, you need to make sure that you keep your audience's attention throughout your presentation. As tempting as you might think it may be to yell, "Yo, pay attention," you want to be a bit more subtle about it. You want to make it come across so that the audience feel that they want to listen to you. You might be asking, "How do I do that, Kev? How do I get them to actually want to listen to me?" You do what I just did to you. You ask questions. You might be in a meeting where you can get people to reply back and answer your questions. Or you could be on stage and it might be a bit difficult to have an audience of 2,000 people reply back to you, in which case you ask rhetorical questions. Questions that require no verbal reply. People will answer it in their head. You know what I mean? Did you notice that I asked you a question or a series of questions throughout every single video in this program? Did you realize that I asked you a question just then? Did you realize that you just answered my previous question? Did you notice maybe even a slight nod? Whatever your reply, I engaged you by asking questions, and this is done through video. Imagine how much more powerful it would be in person. Consciously pepper your presentation or speech with rhetorical questions. Would you like another thought on how you can keep your audience's attention? I recall meeting a CFO whom I started working with. He arrived with a draft of a speech. When it was time, he began reading his draft. As he spoke, I took notes, repeatedly writing 2 words. The speech was focused about him, his organization, how great they were, their legacy. You know the drill, you've seen or heard this. Chairpersons, CEOs, CFOs, or leaders standing up to speak, and all they're doing is they keep on bragging about how great they are and how great their companies are. Meanwhile, we as the audience are sitting and thinking the same 2 words that I was writing while listening to this client. So what? What I shared with the CFO is what I hope you realize and apply to every single one of your speeches or presentations. If your speech is centered around you, you need to do a 180-degree pivot. Yes, it may be your speech, but it's not about you. It's about the audience. Don't tell them about how great you are. Don't tell them about your accomplishments. Don't tell them about your legacy. The chances are, if you're standing up to speak, they probably know all this already. Communicate with them the way your favorite teacher communicated with you. When preparing your next presentation or speech, with every point that you wish to make, ask yourself, so what? What does this mean for the audience? If you're so great, so what? Tell your audience, how does it affect them? If you are an organization with legacy, so what? What does it mean for the audience? If you've been voted number 1 in service, so what? How does this benefit the audience? The speech or presentation may belong to you, but your message must be audience-focused. In the words of Jim Rohn, the goal of effective communication should be for your listeners to say, "Me too," versus "so what?" If your favorite teacher shared with you something of importance, they would have thought about it because they inherently understood this fact that even you as a kid would say, "So what?" And the reason they were your favorite teacher was because they delivered their message with you in mind, in a way that would intrigue you, stimulate you, and inspire you. You may be speaking, but avoid making the mistake of delivering a talk that is framed around you and what you represent. Your entire message needs to be framed around a simple life principle. WIIFM. What's in it for me? Every time you're crafting a message, ask yourself, what's in it for my audience? If you have a sales background, then you will know that people don't buy features. That's the wrong frame. What they buy is benefits, the right frame. It isn't about how great you or your group are. It's about how your audience can benefit from what you have to offer. Always account for this critical element in your presentation or speech. Frame it before you phrase it. Go through your draft and make this change. The result will ensure that you captivate your audience with your message like never before. Frame it before you phrase it. Did you know communication is a two-way street? Yet most professionals make the mistake of treating it like a one-way highway. Only because you stand up doesn't mean that it should only be your voice. Only because you have the mic doesn't mean that it should only be you that's speaking. Only because it's your presentation doesn't mean that communication becomes one way. Successful communicators and great presenters understand that it's important to engage the audience. It's important to bring in the audience and make them feel a part of what you say. Think of it like a fitted suit. Nothing is more engaging than a fitted message. If you've followed my process so far and have done the work that I've asked you, the draft you're working on should now be looking pretty good. It should be clear, have flow, capture the audience's attention, and have much more engagement throughout. Let's take it a step further. You want your message to really resonate with the audience so that they feel connected. And to do so, you must constantly strive to tailor-make your message at every opportunity that you get. But Kev, what if I have a specific presentation or speech that I need to deliver to a different set of audience all across the country? Or Kev, I'm constantly presenting. How can I tailor each presentation for the audience? You do so with a bit of effort. Effort that will be worth it. Arrive early. Mingle with the audience. And you can do a bit more than just say, hello, how you doing? You can actually ask questions. Questions that will help you get a better understanding of the audience in the context of what you want to say. Find out more about what's happening in their world. What challenges are they facing? How are they dealing with it? Are they dealing with it? Ask questions that gives you a better insight in the context of what you will be presenting. Then you can just incorporate it into your speech or presentation. I'll give you 3 examples. First example. You can make a point to thank your audience who have traveled from a distance to be at the international launch of your product by saying something like, Tony Gonzalez over here who has traveled all the way from Mexico to be with us in Malaysia. I want to thank every single one of you for taking the time and making the effort to be here with us today. A second example. You may be representing your government and delivering a public address at the Green Energy Conference, which revolves around utilizing the brains of the youth. Having arrived early, you meet with a number of attendees, one of whom is a gentleman in his 30s that's clearly passionate about the topic. He shares with you some thoughts about what he and his team are implementing. Now, as part of the points you were going to make anyway, in an obviously well-crafted and clear talk, you incorporate your conversation as a real-life example of the point that you're making. And you end up saying something like, I believe that we have untapped amounts of energy from natural resources, and more importantly, from all the talent that is all around us. Take, for example, Khalid over here, who shared with me some brilliant ideas that he and his team had been working on over the last year. I will certainly be following up with him and his team, but I tell you, opportunities and talents are all around us. We simply have to wake up and be active about seeking it. Remember, we all appreciate it when things are tailored to us. So make the effort. It's worth it. I told you I'd give you 3 examples, right? Okay, here's another one. One that I personally applied. I was speaking to an audience in Bahrain. Since I arrived early, yes, I practice what I preach, I spoke with one of the committee members. I asked him, Ali, tell me what challenges are young folks facing here today? He shared with me his response. I then asked him some more questions, what he saw in his mind as a solution. How did he rise above the challenge? I genuinely wanted to know. And that conversation, which was only about, a few minutes, allowed me to incorporate it into my speech. Understand, I was going to cover the points I had planned to as part of my process, as part of my speech, to deliver it anyway. But instead of it being totally foreign, I incorporated Ali into the picture. The audience loved it, and because I used someone from the audience to deliver my message, they felt that the talk was customized to them, and it was. Friend, this is such a simple and yet overlooked technique. It requires effort, but the reward is that you will connect and engage with your audience, and in doing so, the message you deliver will have impact. The audience will feel that you've customized your talk, your message for them. And the truth is, you would have. So, kudos to you. Don't just use words. Paint a picture. As professional and intelligent people like to be, many will try to use words to deliver their message. The only problem is that words alone have no impact. And even worse, they don't stick. All great communicators share this understanding. Would you like to know what it is? Come closer. Don't just use words. Paint a picture. You have to communicate in a way that captures the audience's attention and make sure that your message sticks. Nothing sticks better in people's minds like pictures, movies, analogies, metaphors, and stories. Let's go over a few critical and useful strategies that will help you not only capture your audience's attention, but make sure that your message sticks. Ever had yourself connected to an ECG machine? Maybe you've seen a chart. What did you see? It goes up and down. That's a good sign. You know what's a bad sign? A straight line. Understand that life is filled with challenges all day, every day. If you have a pulse, you're going to have problems. The only time you won't have any problems is when you don't have a pulse. Quit complaining about the problems you have in life, that you want to live a problem-free life. Be grateful for the life that you have. Every day is an opportunity to solve the problems you have and to get better. The ups and downs of life are good. It means you're alive. It's the straight line that you should really be worried about. That, my friend, is how you make a compelling point. Through the use of analogies. You can tell people that life is tough, that they should just harden up and deal with it. But all that is just words. It won't be memorable. You probably use analogies in your day-to-day life. But what I want you to do is become conscious of it and use it more in your presentations. People don't care about facts and figures. Yes, they are important, but alone, they don't stick. Analogies help you get your point across. It helps you to do it fast. It helps people get it without having to think about it. It helps make your message stick and you memorable. I guarantee that this ECG analogy and the many that I've used throughout the program will stay with you forever, as it will with your audience if you choose to use them. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Like analogies, metaphors help simplify the point you want to make by giving the audience a picture. It's like a bridge between the unfamiliar to the familiar. You're familiar with the phrase, climbing the corporate ladder? That's a metaphor. If you want to emphasize the importance of time, you would say, time is money. When we say that a business is shut down under, that refers to Australia and New Zealand, we say that a business has gone under. If there is a wage freeze this month, then the employees quickly understand that they're not receiving their salary this month. Is your service off the shelf or is it bespoke? And lastly, you, my friend, your commitment and effort towards this program will bear fruit. You're familiar with metaphors. The chances are you use them just about every day. Be conscious of using it in your presentation and speech. It's all about creating sticky pictures in the minds of your audience. On a flight to Madrid, I giggled to myself at the thought. You know how before you take off, the captain of the plane usually gets on the PA to give their passengers a quick overview of the flight. Imagine if the captain was to say, "Hey guys, welcome to flight EK143. At this stage, I have no idea where I'm going. Let's just take off, and once we're up in the sky, we will do some loops and see where the wind takes us." You might think that's funny and an unrealistic scenario. True, when it comes to flying, thank God. But I see this all the time at events, where many professionals are literally winging it. On any given day or on any given presentation, they will just see where the wind takes them. These are captains of companies. They stand up to speak with zero sense of direction of where they're taking their audience. It's real and it's not funny. Don't ever let that be you. Before you get up to speak and while you're preparing, you must ask yourself, why am I speaking? What's my one message? Who is my audience? How much time do I have? You need to ask yourself, where are you going to take your passengers, Captain? Answer this before you even begin to craft your speech. Only then should you get on stage as a captain that has absolute clarity, taking off and landing your passengers at the desired destination with a plan. Did you spot some of the techniques that I shared with you? If this is the first time you're watching the video, relax, relax, relax. The first time is for you to be conscious of these methods. And then as you repeat going over the videos and you repeat going over the program, it will become more and more noticeable. With time, it will become the way you communicate. I want you to continuously remember, and this is why I'm reminding you, you need to focus on just getting 1% better every day. It will only be a matter of time when you too can present and deliver your message with impact. Go over any video as many times as you need. Go over the program as many times as you need. Run your race at your pace. You will become a kick-ass communicator. Imagine that. As a professional, when you speak, it's important that you respect a reality. Not yours, but that of the audience. There are many things that you might take for granted. Expecting the audience to see, feel, and experience or understand what you say shouldn't be one of them. I know that as a professional, you want to present yourself in the best light. The mistake that most professionals do is that they think that facts and figures alone will help them look great. It doesn't. Because as much as we think that we are logical creatures, we're not. We are emotional creatures who justify our emotions with logic. You and I prefer, your audience prefer, vivid visuals compared to numbing numbers. Let me give you a couple of examples. If you say that the Burj Khalifa is the tallest tower in the world, it stands at 828 meters, you've just stated a fact. You've stated numbers. The context and gravity of this statement doesn't have much of an impact to most, simply because many haven't experienced or can't relate to how high that really is, and it doesn't paint a picture. If you're discussing numbers and want to give the peace of mind to your audience, you might say, we can withstand the current financial storm because we have in excess of $30 billion. Again, not many people know the magnitude of $30 billion. For most people, anything over a few $1 million is money they've never experienced. They can't wrap their minds around the enormity of it. You're just making a statement, and you're stating facts. I don't see a picture. So, what shall I do? I hear you ask. Connect the unknown to the known. Connect the unfamiliar to the familiar. If you want to say that the Burj Khalifa is the tallest tower in the world, you can use the example of a football field that most people are familiar with. You can really make a resounding impact by saying something like this. The Burj Khalifa is the tallest tower in the world. It is the equivalent of 8 football fields stacked on top of each other. See what happens? You've given a visual of how great and significant this building really is. Now, as the audience, they are visualizing the grand scale of the tower. They think and visualize, wow, it's over 8 football fields tall. Whoa! With the example of withstanding the financial storm, putting it into the familiar, you can say, we can withstand the storm. We have in excess of $30 billion. This means that we have enough money to not sell a single product for the next 20 years, and we will still be okay. Suddenly, the numbers you've mentioned gains magnitude. Now, the audience have a visual and vision with which they can be reassured that they can indeed withstand the storm. They can visualize and realize the strength in your words. Use this technique to deliver your message with its intended impact by giving context and helping the audience visualize in their reality. If what you're going to say is an unknown in their reality, connect it to something that they know. Help them see what you see. Help them feel what you feel. Help them understand what you understand. Help me get it. Do that and boom, you've got impact. Many CEOs come to me and say, Kevin, when I get up to speak, I can feel that I'm not connecting with the audience. They're just sitting there being polite because I'm the CEO. But I can feel it. They're obligated to sit. I'm not connecting with them. I want to connect with my audience. Here's the tip that I give them, and one that you must implement into every presentation and speech. Instead of talking corporate gibberish like every other person that will speak before and after you, share with the audience something personal. Tell your audience stories. You can tell them a range of stories. Stories that you've heard growing up. Stories that you've seen in your professional career. Stories that inspire you. Better yet, tell them a personal story. The best stories are the ones you've lived through. Before you even think of saying, "Oh, Kev, I don't have many stories." Yes, you do. You have plenty of stories. You just need to take the time to go through your experiences, of which you no doubt have plenty. Think of all the times you faced a challenge. Think of the times when you were frustrated. Think of all the false starts that you had. Think of your failures, not just in a professional capacity, but also a personal capacity. It all depends on the context and the specific message that you wish to deliver when you stand up to speak. Remember, it must be in line with your one picture, the message you want to deliver to your audience. For example, you might want to share with your audience a time when you went through difficult times and the lessons that you learned from it. You want to drive home your message of learning from failure, because success comes on the back of failures. You can share the story of how you started as a junior exec, and then through one failure after another, you learned invaluable lessons that set you up for success. Where you are today as the CTO, it wasn't as smooth sailing as most people think. Nor would you be competent as a CTO today had it not been for these critical failures. Friend, don't take this lightly. I want you to really understand the power storytelling has. Yes, in business. Yes, in serious situations. Yes, in situations where it's important to deliver your message with impact. Storytelling is powerful. Storytelling is significant. Rob Walker and Joshua Glenn wanted to find out, could storytelling add desirability? Could it add value? Could it add significance? They bought 200 objects from thrift stores and garage sales. The average price of each one was around $1. Then they asked 200 creative writers to write a fictional story for each object. All 200 objects were then listed on eBay, each with its accompanying story. The results: one object, a globe paperweight, was purchased for $1.49. It sold for $197.50. The only addition, the only difference, was its accompanying story. You might be thinking, was it a fluke? Maybe this was a wanted object. What about the other 200 objects? Well, the 200 objects were initially purchased for a total of $129. They sold for over $8,000. That's over 6,000%. The only difference, each object now had a story. Friend, storytelling increases desirability. Storytelling increases value. Storytelling adds significance. Storytelling has significance. The next time you plan to communicate in the boardroom, present to your peers, or stand up to speak in front of an audience, ask yourself, what story can I tell to add significance to my message? If you're getting my war chest of stories, then you will have your package with over 40 inspiring stories that you can read, watch, and listen to. With what you learn through my process, you will be able to pick the right story to deliver your intended message with impact every time. You might use one, you might use all, and one day you might not need any of them at all. But for now, it should give you immense confidence to know that you have a war chest of proven stories that you can tap into. Realize, my friend, that regardless of your message, storytelling is an effective strategy. It's how great leaders connect with their audience. Now that you have the knowledge that I've shared with you, you need to put it into practice. And the only way that you will get better is that if you put what you learn into action. Go through your draft with your single message in mind. As you're going through the points, ask yourself, what story can you tell to help deliver your message with impact? Because storytelling adds value. Storytelling adds desirability. Storytelling adds significance. Storytelling has significance. If people are being laid off due to a tough economic situation and you're speaking at the annual town hall event coming up, You can't ignore what's on your audience's mind. Is my job safe? Is management communicating honestly with us? Will we survive? Will I be moving back home? If there is an elephant in the room, point it out. Crises and redundancies, stated. Facing challenges, stated. Mistakes made, stated. A significant day in history, mention it. Whether you might think of them as silly or it's significant, issues must be handled. Some years ago, I was on a speaking tour. At a conference in the UAE, I delivered a keynote speech to a group. 15 minutes later, the first question I had nothing to do with my keynote. The young lady at the back got a microphone and asked, "Where is your accent from?" Because of my background and extensive travel, I'm considered to have somewhat of a funny no man's land accent. I never thought about my accent. I thought it was small and an insignificant aspect. But it wasn't. It was an elephant that got in the way of my message. A lesson that I learned from there on to deal with at the start, prior to delivering my keynote sessions. Some elephants are bigger than others. Nonetheless, they're elephants. Get in the audience's seat. Figure out what they would be thinking. Do they have questions? Do they have concerns? Don't just gloss over it. Handle it in advance. Warren Buffett's holding company, Berkshire Hathaway, whose single share is in excess of $300,000, tend to start their yearly reporting by telling their investors where they've gone wrong, along with the challenges they've experienced. Only then do they talk about their results. They understand the importance of handling the elephant. If your audience feel an issue needs to be mentioned, cite it. If you don't, you're wasting your time. Your audience won't be hearing you. They can't. There is an elephant in the way. In the words of Albert Einstein, intellectuals solve problems. Geniuses prevent them. All right, time out. I know that this is a lot. And understand, you will not become a master overnight. No one has, no one will. The first time you go through my program, it will be like going to the gym for the first time. You will feel your whole body ache in areas that you didn't know existed. You will realize how many muscle groups you didn't even know you had. Relax. Don't stress. Your race, your pace. There is and should not be any time pressure. You have everything that you need. And once you become familiar with what I'm sharing with you, once you put things into action, once you push beyond your initial discomfort, once you fine-tune and refine things, once you go over the process as many times as you need, it will start to become a part of who you are. And with time, it will become who you are. Kind of like hearing a new song. A song that you like, you play it, and then after some time you find yourself singing along. And after a bit more time, you're like, I can sing this better than the original artist. The same applies with this program. The same applies with your ability to present, speak, and communicate. Soon, it's only a matter of time. If you follow the process, if you push through your discomfort, if you try and fail, refine, get better, go through the process again, just keep doing 1% better every day, you will become a kick-ass communicator. Always remember that no one has a great physique with just one session at the gym. The reward is in the consistent and continuous effort. The reward is in following the process correctly. I promise you this, that when you go through this program the 11th time, you will find it better than the 10th time. I know, I can just imagine your face right now. 10 times, Kev? No, really. Does it sound difficult? Yes. Does it sound potentially boring? Yes. Is it easier to just let it be? Yes. But is what I'm suggesting what will help you become a kick-ass communicator? Yes. 1% better every day. Relax, enjoy the process, turn on that switch, have fun. By now, you should have a powerful second draft. At this point, I get my clients to take a simple test to see if they're on the right track. You should do it too. Here's the 2-question test. Your message. Can the audience retain it? Can the audience repeat it? If your answer is an honest yes, continue. If the answer is no, get back to the drawing board, and craft a message for your presentation or speech that's simple and clear. Whether it means you have to start all over again or you go through what you have from the top and adjust it according to the process that I've taken you through. One with a key message that the audience can easily retain and repeat if ever asked. Here are the kind of questions you should be asking yourself as you go through the second draft of your speech or presentation. How can I say it shorter? How can I make it more powerful? Can I give a better example? How can I change my statement into a question? How can I better paint a picture? How can I color the picture and make it more vivid? How can I say it so it sticks in the mind of my audience? How can I say it so it relates better to my audience? Line by line, thought by thought, fine-tune by asking, how can I make this better? Remember when I said that it's your speech or presentation, but it's not about you? Well, putting yourself in your favorite teacher's shoes, you would have built the whole presentation with the audience in mind. You should have also applied many of the techniques that I've shared with you so far. You would have changed many of your statements into questions. You would have also rephrased many of your thoughts, so it wasn't about you or your company, but more so about how you could benefit the audience. Here's another tip that can help you really refine your presentation or speech even further. If you find yourself still saying I this, I that a lot, your presentation or speech will still feel centered around you. Your messages and words should portray you are focused on your audience. So actively focus on changing the sentences from using I to you. So instead of saying I am so great, you say here's how I can be of help to you. Instead of saying I'm the best, you say here's what our experience can provide for you. Instead of saying here are my credentials, look at me, you say here's why you should have peace of mind when working with us. This will signal that you are about the audience, that you care for the audience that's in front of you, that you are like them, and that you are one of them. It will make your presentation or speech feel more inclusive. It will be warmer. This is how I help professionals like you speak with impact. Less bragging, more benefit. Less I, more you. Why did I leave the topic of slides until now? Because you have to avoid the mistake most professionals make, falling in love with their slides and then wanting to make sure that they see it in every presentation that they deliver, or having slides that's been set up by corporate and doing it because, well, that's just how we've always done it. Terrible. You must never begin building your presentation or speech with existing slides. That goes against the proven process you just spent a few hours learning. Your process begins with a white piece of paper, with a blank canvas. I have purposefully introduced the topic of slides this late in the program to signify how insignificant it is in helping you speak with impact. Realize, if your slides are ever the highlight, you fail. If you're relying on your slides to convey a message, you fail. If you're hoping that your slides will cover your ass, you fail. Slides should support your substance, and the substance is you. What you say, the message that you've crafted going through the process. Your message comes first, then the slides, not the other way around. What can you learn from the great communicators? What do Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Sundar Pichai have in common? They're inspiring. They're effective when delivering their message. When they speak, people listen. There is a reason for it, one that you too can apply. They don't do what many do when they stand up to speak or present their thoughts. They don't use a lot of bullet points in their presentation. They know that it's hard for the audience to multitask. What is it that you want your audience to do? Try and read all the text on every slide? Or you want them to listen to you as a speaker? Choose one. Here's what happens when you distract your audience with slides. that requires them to read or requires them to try and read. It's as if you've voluntarily told them, turn my voice down, mute me, I'm not worth listening to. That's what happens. That's what you're voluntarily doing. You're telling your audience to put you on mute, because that's exactly what happens when you give people slide after slide after slide after slide of reading material, and they're going like this. And you thought slides was going to save you. Instead, it killed your ability to speak with impact, because you told your audience to switch you off. Not smart at all. Understand, if you're presenting with slides full of text or bullet points, your presentation is guaranteed to be inefficient and ineffective. You will be far from inspirational. What you will be is boring. You will become coma-inducing. If you want to be the kind of professional who is an engaging speaker, be mindful of this reality. Your audience can't multitask. What do you want your audience to do? Read the text or listen to you? Leave reading to emails. If you're required to present, remind yourself the first question that I asked you. Why are you speaking? When you stand up to speak, it's important that you have the audience's entire attention and focus on you, the speaker, the person with substance, not your slides. It should be on you, your message, and what you have to say. So how can you avoid becoming a boring presenter and engage your audience like the many great communicators? Speak with no slides. If you follow my process, you will find that with time and practice, you will actually be able to do this. Speak with impact without the need of any slides. For now, if you must use slides, here are some hard and fast rules about using slides. The first point, only use a slide if it helps add value to a point you're making. If it doesn't, no slide is required. The second point, limit each slide to one sentence, no more than 6 or 7 words. Even better, the third point, instead of that sentence, perhaps you can replace what you want to say with a picture that quickly and clearly conveys the message you wish to deliver. The picture you choose on the slide will add color to what you had painted in the minds of your audience with your words. The slide should further complement what you're saying. Remember, I left the topic of slides till now because most professionals use slides as a crutch. They're scared and uncertain and feel that slides will help them out, when in reality, they don't have a proven process. That's why they use slides in a desperate attempt to hide their inability. They're hoping that slides will cover up for them. It's an illusion. It doesn't work, and it's a sign of a weak communicator that everyone can see. You, however, would have learned the process to present your thoughts with clarity and speak with confidence. And the more you practice, the more you will realize that you will barely need or even want to use slides. Why would you anyway, when you have a clear message and you've developed your skills to deliver it with impact? Great communicators use slides only to help them deliver their message with impact. If they're going to use slides, it's to support what they have to say. You, my friend, should do the same. If you ever use slides, it should only be to support you delivering your message with impact. Friend, we've covered everything you need to have substance. Now, let's add some style. Friend, has this ever happened to you? You were thinking of making a purchase, large or small, but you just did not like the person. Something about them, you just didn't like. And because you didn't like them, it didn't matter what they offered, what the record of the company was, how brilliant the thought was, how great they may have been, the deal, the service, the idea, nothing mattered. You didn't like them or you didn't like the person, and so it was a no deal. This happens when presenting and speaking every day, and professionals are often left scratching their heads wondering why and where did things go wrong. I want you to pay close attention, because once you've learned to create and deliver your presentations or speeches with my process, this thought alone will be a game changer. Actually, it will be a life changer if you get it. If you don't like someone, you won't buy from them. period. In order for you to win your audience over, of any size, anywhere, and in any context, understand this. Your audience must first like you. If they like you, they will trust you. If they trust you, they will listen to you. And if at a point you have a clear message that is delivered with impact that suits them, they will buy from you. And by buying, I mean anything. Buying into working with you on the same team, following your vision, buying your service or product, working with your brand, agreeing to marry you, anything. I must like you in order to trust you, in order to listen to you, in order to buy from you. Notice that I must first like you, first and foremost. I don't care how good you are, I must like you. If I don't like you, nothing is going to happen, which is precisely what many face with their audience. Nothing. Not because they're not capable. They, in many cases, are extremely capable. But less capable individuals win the business because they understand that beyond ability, in fact, before ability, comes likability. Engrave this somewhere where you can see it every day. Before your ability comes likability. I want you to know that what I've taught you so far as part of my process actually helps you become a lot more likable. It's your first time going through the program. You may have not recognized many of the elements. Once you go through the program again, you will see that I've put so many things in there so far that will help you enhance your likability factor significantly. And I mean significantly. Not only that, following my process, you would have also sharpened your ability so that when you win your audience with your likability, you can then deliver the goods with your ability. So far in the program, we've covered substance. Now we're going to add style. And again, not with a focus on you, but with a focus on what the audience would appreciate to see and feel when you stand up to speak and deliver your presentations. Because if you have the audience in mind, you care for them, and you do your best to deliver with impact, your likability factor will go through the roof. Let's continue boosting your likability and ability. You're welcome. They are alluring. They are charismatic. They are charming. They are enigmatic. They have an undeniable presence. They have a way about them. They command attention. These are but some of the attractive qualities people notice in great communicators, whether it's in a meeting room, boardroom, or conference room. Would you like to become more charismatic? Would you like to command presence? What if you could become magnetic? Easy. Look up, make eye contact. Many professionals make the mistake of standing up and looking down. Some even look at everything else, except for the one place that matters, the audience. Look at your audience in the eyes. I know what you might be thinking, but Kev, it's overwhelming to look at an audience of 5, 50, 500, or 5,000 people. Relax. We're going to relabel it. If that's an issue you have, I want you to realize and relabel your current thought. You're not going to give your talk to 500 people. You're speaking one-on-one 500 times. You're having one-on-one conversations 500 times. You might be uncomfortable, I get that. But realize that when you speak one-on-one, when you look people in the eyes, you will just leapfrog in the levels of how magnetic, how charismatic, and how commanding you will be in their eyes. The audience will subconsciously love you. Now, in order to make this effective, if you're speaking to a small audience, the simplest rule is to make eye contact with the person you're delivering your point to. So if I'm delivering this point to you, I look you in the eyes and deliver my point. If you're speaking to a larger audience in a larger room, break the audience down mentally into 6 segments, depending on the setting. Assuming it's a rectangular setting, you'll have a back left, center, back right. You'll have a front left, center, front right. Every time you want to make a point, look in the direction of one of these segments. More importantly, look for an engaged audience, someone that is nodding with you. Look them in the eye. Deliver your point. Speak as you would speak to them one-on-one. When it's time for you to make your next point, look towards another segment, pick a face, look them in the eye, and deliver your point. You will find yourself going through the segments a few times, and every time you have had a one-on-one conversation with someone in the audience. Suddenly, your rounds of one-on-ones adds up to a good chunk of the audience. The benefits are beyond belief. You make one-on-one connections with the audience. You create admiring fans all over the audience. You helped work the audience to feel engaged and involved. Eye contact is so simple, yet so significant to help you engage your audience and help you deliver your message with impact. Make one-on-one connections by simply looking people in the eye, holding your gaze in a gentle, non-creepy manner as you make your point. The eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. And when you do this in a disarming manner, your audience would have looked right into you and sensed your authenticity. They will find you magnetic. You will feel it too. This might be news to you. Your face gives it away. I was at an event when a CEO got up to speak. He arrived at the lectern and began delivering his public address. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here tonight. I'm so happy to be amongst not colleagues, but family and friends. Had you been sitting in the audience, you would have realized a problem, one that I see far too often. It baffles me to this very day how many professionals still don't get this simple fact. The audience didn't feel that it was a pleasure, nor did they see happiness on the CEO's face. In actual fact, it seemed that it was a total inconvenience to him, and that he was the complete opposite of happy to be at the event. Pay attention to your facial expressions. It's important that your facial expressions are in sync with what you're saying. If they're not in sync with your words, the audience will be disconnected from you and your message. If you're happy, show that you're happy. If you're sad, convey that sadness. If you're excited, let the audience feel that excitement. If you're talking about something big, then let the audience feel it. Delivering your message with impact comes from the combination of what the audience hear and see. Don't say that it's a pleasure unless you mean it. And if you do mean it, then you better show it. I was on a flight to Singapore. We're about 37,000 feet up in the air. Suddenly, we get hit with turbulence. I am shit scared. So are the others. I guess I'm just a bit of a sissy and I show it a bit more. Now I want you to picture this. The cabin is shaking, lights are going on and off. The captain gets on the PA and with a concerned and crackly voice says, "Cabin crew, be seated." For the next few turbulent minutes, it felt like hours, and I think I lost a bit of weight in this whole ordeal. The other passengers and I are left distressed. We're wondering, are we going to make it? Are we not? Is this turbulence? Is this an engine malfunction? Have we lost the wing? Are we going to be swimming soon? I don't know, man. At these high altitudes, you kind of get all kinds of crazy thoughts, especially when you're not being communicated with properly. Prior to this ordeal, I was on another flight that was hit with a similar kind of turbulence. Only that time, the captain behaved differently. He got on the PA and he spoke with a clear, calm, and commanding voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing some turbulence and will be for the next few minutes. Put on your seatbelts, please. I want you to know we've got this under control. Relax, breathe. We will get through it. Rest assured, we will get you to your destination safely." Similar flights, both hit with turbulence, yet the leader's way of communicating made all the difference. Needless to say, the flight to Singapore was an unpleasant and distressing experience. The other flight was significantly better because of a simple fact. The leader understood the importance of communicating with his audience in a clear, calm, and commanding manner. The result? It was far more comforting. If you're a leader and your organization is facing turbulence, understand that your audience, whoever they may be, whatever the size, need to hear from their leader. And they need to hear your cool, calm, and commanding voice. A voice that gives them comfort to focus, not on being distressed, but on what needs to get done. What did he say? What did she say? If you're looking down and reading your notes, I can't hear your voice. And if I can't hear you, I'm going to guess what you said. And if I'm going to have to guess what you said, why the hell are you standing to speak in the first place? If your audience ever feel like they can't hear you and you remain unaware of it, you've lost them. Don't speak like a mouse. Don't mumble. Don't speak with your lazy voice. If your voice is shaky, you come across as shaky. If you speak too fast, you come across as nervous. If you speak so slow, they might think that you are actually slow. The sound of your voice is important. You might say, Kev, I don't have a good voice. Well, neither do I. Nothing like Taylor Swift. But we all have a voice that we can shape and make better to serve our purpose. A voice that we can consciously develop in order to be heard. I know you've experienced this. There is nothing that switches off an audience at an event than a professional standing up to speak in a monotone voice. I don't even know how to do it. A monotone voice. Sounds like a buzzing bee. It's putting you to sleep. Oh. Every time you speak, I want you to remember that your voice is an instrument. Use it with purpose. Your voice is your musical instrument. Experiment with it. You need to experiment and try things out. It will feel uncomfortable at first. That's given. But push through the discomfort. Push through it and play with your God-given instrument. Find your voice, because the chances are, if you're speaking now, that's not your true voice. Find your true voice. Like I said, experiment. Slow down when you want to say something serious. Speed up when you're exhibiting excitement. Increase your volume. Play with your tempo. Like a roller coaster. Take the audience on a ride with your voice. You have it. You might as well use it. Use your voice to express a range of emotions. Remember, this isn't the 80s. There are no more auditions for RoboCop. There is no room for monotone voices. Get with the program. Add vocal variety when you're speaking. Just like how you let emotions show on your face. Use your voice to express your range of emotions. It will give depth to the message you're delivering. Now, I mentioned your true voice, and the chances are you're asking, well, how do I get my true voice? Where does it come from? Well, imagine projecting your voice. When I ask clients, where do they think their voice comes from? Most of them would point to their mouth. Some will go further back and they're pointing to their throat or, their voice box. That's true for your lazy voice, the mumbling voice, the screechy voice, the hesitant voice, the weak voice. That's not where your real voice comes from. Your real voice comes from way in. It comes from your belly button. At least you need to imagine it that way. I want you to imagine that you've got a tennis ball deep inside of you. And with your voice, you're projecting your voice across the room. You're projecting that tennis ball across the room with your voice. Not yelling, not screaming. The same way you took a deep breath in and you filled your tummy, imagine your voice coming out with that deep breath from your tummy and projecting outwards. You have to do this consciously. It will feel weird, but the more you practice, the more natural it will become. That is actually your real voice, not the one you're speaking with today. Your real voice is inside of you. It's yet to come out. The voice that comes out from deep inside sounds different. It will sound weird at first when you do it, but that's your real voice, the one that comes from deep inside. Become conscious of this. Focus on actively bringing your voice out from deep inside of you. Regardless of whether you're a guy or a girl, you should feel the vibrations of your sound throughout your body when you speak. In doing so, you will project your true voice. You will project depth. You will project power. You will sound stronger. Your voice will have more of a bass in it. You will feel solid and rooted. you will sense a calmness in you, and so will the audience. This is something that you will have to be conscious of and visualize so you can adjust your breathing and mind to focus on projecting your voice, to bring the voice from deep inside of you. And after some time, you will one day realize that it has become who you are. This is the way you speak naturally. You project calmness and confidence that is unquestionable. And you're doing this without even thinking. You have a musical instrument. Consciously practice on using it, learning about it, and refining it. That's the key to finding and tuning in to your natural voice. There is an arena full of people waiting to hear you play your musical instrument. Did you know that if you're feeling great, then your physiology matches how you feel? Did you also know that a change in your physiology can change how you feel? That means that if you sit like a loser, you will feel like a loser. If you're hunched and you're looking like you're frustrated, then you will feel the frustration even more. Let's test this. Think of when you were sad, feeling defeated. Naturally, you found your head down and you were slouched. You looked and felt defeated. Now, if I told you to smile, look up, pop your shoulders back, and feel like a winner. A pure exercise of imagination. Do it. How do you feel? I'll change my question. Can you hold this position and then feel sad and defeated? I can't, even if I try. You can't either. By controlling your physiology, you control how you feel. And that's a good thing. When you stand up to speak, to deliver your presentation, I want you to stand tall. I don't care how you feel. Stand tall. Smile. Look up at the world and pop your shoulder back. Have the confidence of a winner. I want you to do this all the time, even when you're not communicating. I want it to become a part of who you are. If you catch yourself in the mirror, you better be standing tall, looking and feeling like a winner. Because the fact remains, the moment I see you, I'm making a judgment of you. Are you standing tall or are you hunched over? Stand tall and I think you're confident. Hunched over? Not so much. This is a reality of life. If you need help with standing tall, go to the gym. Build some back muscles to support you, to help you stand straight. Not only is this good for your health, but it's invaluable for how people will view and judge you. From the time that you walk into any room, or even earlier, from the moment you're spotted walking into your building, the game is on. Your posture, standing tall, portrays that you are confident and in command. You must walk and ultimately stand with poise. How you stand and come across gives texture to what you say. When speaking, stand with your legs hip distant apart, enough to hold your balance. You don't want to be wobbling from side to side. You don't want to be rocking back and forth. You don't want to be going up and down. You're not on a seesaw. Your shoulders should be pushed back, your head centered, eye contact with the audience. You're standing tall. You're always in an open position, open for you to breathe and speak with ease. This is a winner's posture. This indicates subconsciously to your audience that you are a winner. That's right. You establish authority, are in control, and you haven't even spoken a word yet. You look both comfortable and competent. And you are, because you have a presentation that you developed through a proven process that will kick ass. So, stand with a posture of a winner. Feel like one, deliver like one. I was working with a member of the royal family. We got to the part where he would stand up to practice delivering his speech. And so he began. At about 30 seconds, I was like, stop, stop, stop. What are you doing? What? He responds. What are you doing with your hands? I quizzed. He said that he had gone to public speaking courses in the past, and they had told him that he should have his hands come together in front of him to form a triangle. Yes, I confirmed and continued. It's called a steeple. It's a power pose. So why did you stop me? He asked. Understand that as an advisor to world leaders, I get paid to 1. Be honest, and 2. Get results. So my answer was, because you look like an ass. It looks fake. People can read right through it. The steeple may be a power pose, but it needs to be timely. And most important of all, it needs to be authentic. Don't just stand there holding the position. You look awkward. You feel awkward. Heck, you are awkward. My advice to him is what I want to share with you here. When it comes to speaking, find your normal stance and gestures. Don't go with outdated shit. Don't go with stuff you've seen randomly on the internet. Don't go with things that you've seen other people do. Don't pick up tricks and tips taught in books and classes that say that this is a power pose and that is a power pose and this is this and that is that. And you should, what's a power pose for one person will most probably make you look like a gimp. You will come across as awkward and fake, and your audience, they can read and feel right through it. Your posture and gestures must be in line with who you are and the context of your talk. Your gestures are designed to help you deliver your message with impact, but they must be done naturally and with purpose. Consider your gestures as sign language. It should be in line with the message you're delivering. It should help add color to the pictures you're painting with your words. Don't flap around your arms like you're having a seizure or attempting to kill 3 flies with one swoop. Your hands should move only when a point is being made. If you're saying that something is big, ensure that your gestures reflect big. If it's tall, show it. If it's slow, fast, show it. If you want to give the audience the feeling of inclusiveness, you can use your arms to bring them in. If it's small, show it. If it's rising, show it. If you're sharing bullet points, then you can use your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you've seen someone use 1, 2, 3, 4, and to you it just sounds awkward and doesn't seem normal, you don't need to do this. You can stick to 1, 2, 3, 4. We're not talking rocket science here. We're talking about being conscious to realize that these gestures add impact to what you're saying when it looks natural and authentic to you. If you're asking, Kev, well, what's a good base position? If I can't do this, and if I can't do this, and if I can't do that, what's a good base position? Generally speaking, for most people, perhaps including yourself, a great position and stance would be having open arms, open hands, and your elbows bent at 90 degrees. This shows openness, and it's quite a relaxed, you're not making anything up. It's just a very relaxed stance. From here, you can then go into your gestures as you need to when you're making a point. Take a few gestures from the likes of presidents and great orators. See which one works for you, which one suits your personality, and then use them as part of your repertoire. If you try Obama's famous C, and if it works for you, great. If it doesn't, drop it. I can't stress this enough. Gestures are important, but it must look natural to you and in line with the message you are delivering. One that helps you deliver your message with impact while being authentic. This way, you will look relaxed, you will feel relaxed, and you will actually be relaxed. Your audience will also know that you're real. That's when they will actually listen to what you have to say. Don't just stand behind the lectern unless you're delivering a public address that's being broadcasted to the entire world. Don't hide behind objects. They won't save you. Don't move without purpose. Your audience will be scared and scarred. Don't wander and wobble. They'll call the paramedics. Don't be glued to one spot. Otherwise, you'll blend in with the furniture. Remember, your audience don't have much of an attention span. Once you get their attention, you have to continuously keep their attention. You need to engage them with everything that you've got. Amongst the many things that I've already shared with you, you also have, in many cases, space. Depending on the setting and situation, you may be able to only move across one dimension. If you're on a stage, say for example, you can perhaps go left, center, and right. If you're in a room, you could utilize the entire room. Move. but only do so with purpose. You don't want to be moving erratically. The audience will think that there is a chimp that's escaped from the local zoo. Move with purpose. You can start with going to one side of the room and deliver your point. You then signal your next point by making the next move. This will engage your audience, help you cover the room, and more importantly, help you in delivering your message with impact. Here's another tip. Since you're in the shoes of your favorite teacher, you are audience-focused, you can give your movements and gestures more impact by using your space as a timeline. Consider an imaginary timeline that you're standing on, whether you move or you just point at it. Realize this from the perspective of your audience, which means that our timelines are in reverse. If I want to deliver a message with impact and I would like to speak about the past, the present, and the future, I need to do this with you in mind. So, as a speaker who delivers the message, I will say that your past, your present, and your future. Notice what I did? It's the reverse from me, but it's in line with you. I'm delivering it with your perspective in mind. That helps you deliver your message with impact. Now you can do this with gestures, or you can actually move. If you want to refer to something in the past, you move and you refer to the past. When you're making a point about the present, you move to the center and you make your point about the present. And if you want to refer to the future, you move in the direction of their future and deliver your message. This is a subtle yet powerful technique used by commanding communicators when they want to influence their audience to their way of thinking. They use every tool, every technique, every strategy they have in order to help influence and carry their audience with them through their message. And this technique of using your gestures and your body language and your movement to help deliver your message with impact is a powerful one when you learn how to use it. One more tip, because it came about today. I've helped many clients speaking on stage connect with their audience. They tell me, Kev, I feel like I'm so far away from my audience. What do you recommend? How can I get closer to my audience? Can you guess what I suggest to them? You want to get closer to your audience? Do what great and smart musicians do. Get closer to the audience. Walk off stage, come to the audience, get close and personal. And in doing so, you will feel the energy shift. Please put these tips into practice. It's far better than being a stiff behind the lectern type of speaker. Don't you agree? Unless it's a time of crisis, on most occasions, presenting and public speaking doesn't have to be serious. You have to take it seriously, but it doesn't have to be so serious, boring, and dry. Yes, I know what you do is important. Yes, I know that you're in business. Yes, I know that this is serious. But who said that presenting and public speaking has to be serious, boring, and dry? Think for a moment. What's the reason you're speaking? To deliver a well-crafted message. To have that message connect and to be understood by the audience. Here's what I unfortunately see a lot of. I keep seeing professionals and leaders whom in person are such great people. They're engaging, funny, warm, caring, energetic, inspiring, driven, and filled with childlike excitement about the future. You can't help but be drawn to their allure. But somehow, when they stand up to speak, they lose their personality. All of it. Now let me ask you, do you prefer serious, boring, and dry? Or would you prefer relaxed, conversational, and dare I say it, fun? And friend, if you're the super serious type, here's a side note. When I say fun, I don't mean be funny. No leader should get up and start acting like a comedian, unless it's your job to be a comedian. When I'm talking about fun, I'm talking about a state of mind. What state of mind do you think you would like to receive information in? Which would you enjoy? Which are you more likely to be engaged with? Which will you remember? It's a no-brainer. You're only human. The audience are just like you. Humans. So, be human when you get on stage. You, no doubt, have a personality. It's what makes you. I personally am a serious person. I don't strive to be funny, but over the years, it seems like I've found my way in using my personality to certain audiences in certain circumstances, and they find me funny. It didn't come about from me wanting to be funny. It came about from me going through the same process you're going through and also making sure that I bring my personality with me. That combination is what makes it powerful, priceless, and frankly, pleasurable. Become a bit more light-hearted in your speeches. Be yourself. Have a conversation. Have fun. Smile. Share with the audience about a mistake or a mishap you had recently. Be real. Show them that you're not from a different planet, or at least that version of you that's standing up and presenting is the same person they like and love. Show them that you two, if cut, would bleed the same blood. Again, you're smart, so find something that's within context. And remember to always be in line with your message. Figure out what works for you and your personality. Whatever you need to do to help make you and the delivery of your message more engaging, more human, more you. You will have fun, the audience will enjoy it, and most important of all, they will listen and actually remember your message. Next time you get up on stage to speak, don't leave the better part of you behind. Take your personality with you. Energy and enthusiasm are infectious. Remember how I said if a random child smiles at you, you smile back. The feeling is positive. Well, the reverse applies. Have you ever been in a great mood and then you had a friend or a family member come over? They, as usual, low on energy, complaining, grumpy, negative about everything. Within like 10 minutes, your energy and mood drops. And you feel this dark cloud of their presence. The overall feeling is negative. Energy and enthusiasm transfers. The last thing you want to do is to be the bearer of low energy and a lack of enthusiasm. But Kev, that's just who I am. Well, you better change it, or else your competition, who is willing to breathe enthusiasm into their presence, will win. If you choose not to do it, you are voluntarily carrying a dark cloud with you. And frankly, in a competitive world, that's just dumb. You want to be bright like a sunny day. Sure, it may be a shit show all around you, but you still can choose to operate with energy and enthusiasm. And yes, I haven't even said a word about speaking yet, and I won't in this video, because these are points you can win with your audience right off the bat, purely with your presence. More so how you choose to be present amongst people, positive or negative, you choose. All I can tell you is that from over 20 years of experience, both personally and working with world leaders, that your life and the results of your presenting and speaking will be far more easier as a communicator if you bring energy and enthusiasm to the table. If you know nothing else about two people, who would you choose? The negative, grumpy one or the positive, enthusiastic one? Likability, my friend, likability. All day, every day. Time and time again, I've seen professionals and leaders get up on stage. They begin their speech by saying, I didn't have time to prepare. Not only does this make for an absolutely horrendous intro, you're also showing utter disrespect towards your audience. They're giving away their most precious assets, time and attention. And right off the bat, you've told them that you have zero respect for them. Well, there goes your attention right out the window. Respect is a two-way street. It's hard to respect someone who clearly doesn't value or respect you. You want respect? Don't expect it. Don't command it. Earn it. Earn it by being prepared, by crafting a compelling speech, by delivering your message in an engaging manner, by making the time to refine your ability to speak with impact, just as the audience who have had to make the time to turn up and hear you speak. Do this, and you will find that your audience will feel, give, and voice a greater deal of respect for you. They might not know why, but you will come across as someone who is charismatic, compelling, and commanding of their respect. They will naturally gravitate to you and your message. The reason you and I will know: you showed respect. You prepared. Where are you scheduled to speak? Where is your presentation going to be held? Arrive early. Go check out the setup. Get a feel for the place. Have a walk around. It's amazing how much this move alone can positively affect your overall result. Whether it's a day earlier or even an hour beforehand, having access to where you will be delivering your talk, knowing where you will be standing, seeing the setup, getting a feel for the size of the room or the auditorium, doing some sound checks, all of this is extremely helpful. Your mind will store the context, the feel, the surroundings. When it's time for you to get to it and do the real thing, your mind will consider it to be a familiar place, helping you to be more at ease. Pay close attention to what I'm going to say next. Arriving early enables you to play as an unofficial host, to meet with the attendees as they come in, to chat with them, to get on a first-name basis and build rapport. This boosts your likability factor in the mind of the people that you connect with. When people like you, they will trust you. When they will trust you, they will listen to you. The fact that you're taking the time to get to know them will significantly increase the chances of them liking you, trusting you, and when it counts, really hearing you out. Practice is overrated. No, it's not. Once you've crafted your message and gone through the process, practice is an absolute must. Many years ago, I met with Sir Anthony Hopkins in Sydney. This man's incredible presence and the roles that he played didn't just come from him turning up to the set unprepared. He would go over the storylines thousands of times. He literally became the characters he was playing. Such was his dedication to the art of acting and speaking. Now, I'm not saying that you turn into character every time. Well, actually, you should. If you have the time, you should. But realize that the greatest orators, the great communicators, they all practice tirelessly. The more practiced you are, the more comfortable, confident, and commanding you'll be. The more practice you have under your belt, the more at ease you will be with your message. Your focus can then shift from content to delivering with impact. Everything I've shared with you so far, the process itself, will ensure that you can practice with ease. Because everything should make natural sense. You should have flow. Understand that the best CEOs, world leaders, and communicators practice long and hard. They make time. And if they can't make time, they find time between their schedule to fit it in. It's a priority. They do it all day, all night, lunch breaks, between meetings, walking down the street, in the bathrooms, literally everywhere. You might even see me walking in your city like a madman, talking to myself. I call that practice. Every chance you get, practice. Practice mentally, practice physically, practice visually, practice vocally. How do you think comedians do it? Did you think comedians just come up with new material, then say, hey, you know what? Let me go and shoot a Netflix special, or let me go on a world tour? Hell no! Before any of that, they test the heck out of their material in local bars. Every night, they get their feedback by seeing what flies, what flops, what needs refining, what needs to be cut out. They, like every great communicator, know that they must put in the practice. If the best communicators in the world make the time, so should you. Many rehearse the wrong way. When I ask professionals how they rehearse, most of them confirm with one of the following. The worst response, they don't. The best response, they're sitting down, hunched over notes or their screens. They're reading through their presentation. They're saying it in their mind. Well, 5 points for those who at least rehearse. You can make your rehearsal really work for you. Try the approach I suggest many of my CEO clients. Practice as if you're presenting. Your practice should simulate how you will be delivering your presentation or speech. And there is a high chance that it's not going to be hunched over in front of your screen or saying it in your mind. Last time I checked, no one did public speaking in that manner. You're standing and you're speaking. Your rehearsal should be the same. Standing and speaking out loud. In doing so, you're not only reading, but you're using your entire body. You're sensing the movement of your mouth. You're hearing your voice. It helps with better editing of your material because you get a great overall feel for what you're saying. And it gives your mind the practice run of what it would feel and sound like when you're doing it for real. That, my friend, is how I help world leaders rehearse effectively before delivering their speech with impact. Try it. You will witness a drastic difference in preparation, flow, and how you feel the next time you stand up to speak. Kev, my presentation is next week. Or, Kev, I only speak once a month. Like I said, I've been around the block a fair few times. I've pretty much heard all kinds of excuses. We're not launching a rocket here. We're talking about communication. Something you do every day in some shape and form with people in plenty of settings. So my reply to any of the excuses of where can I and when can I practice is simple. Everywhere, every interaction with anyone is an opportunity for you to communicate. They don't need to know that they're being your guinea pig, but you can practice an element of your communication skills. Listen, the knowledge and skills that I've shared with you here is applicable to any aspect of your life. Whether you're at home with your kids, hanging out with your friends, chatting with your colleague by the water cooler, you have an intern that's following you, the poor soul that's been standing behind you waiting for that flight that's been delayed by another 3 hours, your pet, the mirror, anyone presenting and speaking happens all the time. Stop looking for excuses. You can literally implement and try out these thoughts, these strategies, these tips to get better every time on a day-to-day basis. The next time you want to say something to a friend, ask yourself, how can I say it better? How can I say it with more impact? Can I maybe ask my friend and instead of telling her something, guide her to arrive at the answer that I want through a series of questions? If my son asks me a question, how can I explain it to him? Can I maybe tell him a story that delivers the message that I want to give him? You can do this anywhere, anytime. You just have to be resourceful and you need to have the desire to practice. This is communication, not rocket science. There are countless opportunities to put different elements of what you learn into practice. Is it worth the effort? You know what I'm going to say. Hell yes, it's worth the effort. I'm in constant conversations with world leaders. On many occasions, their impression of public speaking is an interesting one. Maybe you share, or at least shared this impression before you started my program. Many CEOs and power players think that public speaking is a performance. And I can see why. They've been on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and they've seen the likes of Toastmaster speakers. They see people flying across the stage, entire bodies moving unnaturally, arms and legs just swinging around. These folks are jumping off couches. They see exaggerations in every possible aspect. They see a theatrical show. That, my friend, isn't public speaking. As a leader, understand that public speaking isn't a performance. It's not a show. It's an opportunity to deliver your message with impact. The right way, in your own way. When you get up to speak, your aim is to impact, inform, influence, or inspire. In short, you're working towards a specific outcome. So relax. Public speaking isn't Broadway or Cirque du Soleil. Don't worry about having to look like a Toastmaster speaker or any other showmanship type you witness on the internet. As a leader, this isn't the kind of speaker you want to be anyway. Your highest point in public speaking isn't about delivering a performance. It's about being a powerful and natural speaker, one who knows how to deliver their intended message with impact. Remember and realize this every time you're preparing and standing up to speak. If you're like most people, you would associate memorizing with something that you just have to jam into your head so that when you need it, you can hopefully recall on that memory. And I think I would be pretty accurate in saying that I don't think it's ever been a pleasurable experience for anyone to cram stuff into their head and then have to stress out about having to recall it when they need it. And unfortunately, that is exactly what most professionals do when it comes to their presentations. Maybe even you included, at least up until the point where you invested in this program. It's hard to be a natural speaker when you're constantly having to memorize stuff that doesn't make any sense, has no order, lacks in clarity, and then to even try and deliver the message, if there is any, with impact. So here's what you won't have to do thanks to my process. Memorize. That's right, you won't have to memorize what you have to say. Kev, how's that possible? Having gone through my process and with practice, your speech or presentation will and should have natural flow. Kinda like being asked by a friend how your weekend was, and you telling them about it without having to stress yourself out. You recall a sequence of events that describes your weekend naturally. Now, you may forget something here and there, but you're not jolted about it because you're in a flow and you're describing a timeline of events. It makes natural sense. So even if you end up missing something, you just carry on with your flow. I'm going to share with you a strategy that I use with my clients successfully to help them deliver their message with flow and impact. I call them triggers to help you recall and connect your points together. They're like transition bridges from one thought to another, from one example to another, from one scene to another. You can use either or all of the following ways to help you deliver smoothly, recall, or just place you in a confident position to move forward should you lose your train of thought. The first trigger is delivering your points by listing them mentally. Our minds find it easier to recall things, say in threes. So if you want to deliver your points, you could say the first, da-da-da-da, the second, da-da-da-da, the third, da-da-da-da. It's easy for you to recall, and it's easy for the audience to receive the information. The second trigger can be implemented when you practice delivering your stories. There will be turning points when you practice, and you will find that it will trigger the next relevant thought for you that you would like to make. For example, in one of my speeches, I might say, whether you're the lion or the gazelle, when the sun comes up, you better start running. Now, start running is a trigger for me for my next thought that I had planned on making. And now, as a transition bridge, I can say, speaking of running, and I continue with my flow. The third trigger is the use of your fingers. This is similar to the first one where you're doing a mental list. Here you're using your fingers as a list. As an example, I would have said that in this course, you will learn how to present with confidence, speak with impact, and communicate like a commanding leader. The fourth trigger is the use of gestures or body movement. As you practice, you will realize that when you find yourself at a certain place in your story or your talk, the combination of the point that you're making and perhaps a certain body movement, that's a trigger for your next thought. It helps you get the vision of what you want to say next. Understand a few things. These triggers are personal to you. They come about from having built a presentation or speech that follows the process, and so has natural flow. With practice, everything then just falls into place like the right pieces of the puzzle. Did you notice that I delivered the message of this video using one of the triggers I shared with you? See? It works. No more memorizing. George Jessel famously said, "The human brain starts working the moment you are born and never stops until you stand up to speak in public." What he didn't mention is this happens when you're unprepared and don't have a proven process. You do. But if you're presenting or standing up to speak and suddenly you black out, don't worry. You won't be alone. It happens to the best of us. What can you do if you black out? Well, the first thing, take a moment. Pause. You might be thinking about what you're saying next, but keep your composure and your audience will think you're being thoughtful. The second point, remember, the audience don't know your presentation or speech. Only you do. So you nail 85% of it and you miss a point here and there. As long as you deliver a presentation that was clear and with impact for the audience, that would have been 100% and a great job. Only you know that you've missed out on a point here and there. They don't, and they never need to. No biggie. Thirdly, you can take this all the way and have fun. I've taught my clients this, and some of them say that this single thought alone, well, apart from the whole process, of course, but this thought alone has helped change the way they feel about standing up to speak. They no longer get worried. Instead, they look forward to speaking. If you're wondering what it is that I teach them, I'll tell you. You relabel the thought of blacking out. You relabel your audience from being arch enemies to friends. You're amongst friends. And what are friends for? To be there for each other. You think of them as saying, in the words of Jerry Maguire, help me help you. So if you ever black out and you have absolutely no idea where you are, own up to it. Ask your audience to help you. I do it, and I get paid 6 figures to deliver keynote speeches. I've repeatedly told my audience, you know what? I must be a goldfish, and I must be out of water because I have no idea what I was saying. Where was I, folks? The audience laugh. That's one point. They see my authenticity. That's another point. And they actively participate in reminding me and themselves about what I had said. To me, that's a third point. Suddenly, you've taken what most people are so afraid of, which is blacking out, and turning it into your advantage. You're turning it into something fun. That's why my clients no longer are worried about having to present or speak. They know that they're following a process. They know that they're going to practice and speak with impact. And so when it comes to game time and they have to stand up and speak, if they black out, they're going to have fun with it. And why the heck not? Have fun. This is the advantage when you see your audience as friends. Where was I? How do I look? If that thought is still in your mind, stop the video. I'm not kidding. Stop the video, go to the start, and watch the videos again. Because you would have missed the essence of what I've been trying to teach you. You've either been watching the video without focus and you haven't been actively participating in it. Or you just need to hear the message a few times so that you actually and truly get it. You, my friend, need to really put yourself in the shoes of your favorite teacher. You have to really get this point, because if you do, it means that you care for the audience. You care for the audience more than how you look. And that, my friend, is the secret of charismatic and commanding communicators. Not how great they look, but how much they care. Those are the people that we warm up to. Those people who are worried about how they look, we consider as cold, egotistic, and self-centered. They're not the type of people that we admire or like. If we're sitting in the audience and we have to pick between 2 individuals who are presenting at any level and for any reason, we will all like, trust, listen, and rate the speaker who obviously cares for us, the audience, far higher than the self-centered egomaniac who is concerned about how they look. So, how do I look? Isn't a thought that should enter your mind, ever. Not now, not in the future, ever. If you truly are in the shoes of your favorite teacher. I recall a time when I had to speak to a group of 300 or so ladies. This was early on in my career. I didn't have a process like the one that I shared with you. I was nervous. What would they think of me? How will I do? I hope that I remember everything. I want to make an impact. Blah, blah, blah. All the thoughts you shouldn't have if you truly become to your audience what your favorite teacher was to you. I delivered the speech, and then I watched. I watched for how after about 15 minutes, nobody cared. Good or bad, nobody gave a damn. They were all so caught up in taking pictures, talking to each other, showing off to one another how their kids are doing so good, complaining about their husbands, standard stuff really. And here I thought I was special. I was reminded of a truth that has helped me since give it my best, raise my confidence, and relax the fuck out. I hope that you find this thought and this real talk useful. We stress far too much when in actual fact, none of us, no one is special. Barack Obama was once the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. Politics aside, purely as a person, I doubt that you cared very much about him for more than a few moments throughout his entire 2 terms of being president. And if the most powerful man in the world isn't someone that you care about beyond a few moments for a given reason, then why would you think that you are or I am more special than anyone else? Because the truth is, we're not. I shared this with you to say, trust the process, develop your skills, and once you do so, relax. How you come across, how special you are, how special you want to feel, none of that matters. No offense, and none should be taken because the same applies to me. The same applies to the world leaders that I coach. Learn to become a great communicator. Present with confidence. Speak with impact. And then relax. Beyond your 15 minutes of fame, no one really cares. Your favorite teacher was real. The people you admire the most are real. You're attracted to people who are real. Be real. Nothing beats authenticity, especially once you've developed your skills to present, speak, and communicate. I don't care how much you know. I don't care who you are. But if I feel like you are honest and authentic, if I feel like you care for me when you're communicating, I will like you. If I like you, even when you make a mistake, even if you get it wrong, even if you forget, whatever happens, I will still be favoring you. Why? Because I like you, damn it, I like you. Because you're authentic, because you are true. You are real. Once you've developed the skill to present with clarity and speak with impact, you will realize people will love you for who you are, with all your funny faults and flaws. Have the confidence in knowing that as long as you are following the process and you're getting 1% better every day, that you will be loved for who you are, as you are, regardless of how many times you fault, fail, or fall along the way. Because we love you. Because you're being a favorite teacher to me as the audience. Because you are real. I've missed more than 9,000 games in my career, said Michael Jordan. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game's winning shot and missed. I failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed. Friend, be willing to take shots and miss. Be willing to look silly. Be willing to get ridiculed. Be willing to fail. Be willing to learn, adjust, and refine. You've heard the saying, practice makes perfect. Not quite. Critiquing and practicing with intent makes perfect. Don't just spend the next month delivering speech after speech or presentation after presentation without seeing how you're actually doing. Instead, record yourself. Record yourself now. View the footage of your speech now compared to the first version you did. Watch the difference. Be inspired by the progress. Look at the difference. Where are you doing well? Look at the areas where you're not doing well. Maybe you're not smiling enough. Maybe you're moving your hands too much. Maybe you're speaking too softly. Maybe you're not making enough eye contact. Maybe you're just vomiting over your audience because you've got too much content and your message isn't clear. With this knowledge and self-critique, after reviewing the first recording, you can then deliver your next speech or your next presentation having made adjustments and corrections. Then you repeat the process again and again and again. The same way Michael Jordan would take a shot after shot, hour after hour, day after day. You should always look for areas where you can improve on a daily basis. This way, every time you speak, it becomes an opportunity to get better. And every time you speak, you're practicing to get better. Critiquing every presentation or speech and practicing with intent means that you will be far ahead than the many professionals who are just delivering speech after speech, making zero progress. Practice alone doesn't make perfect. Critiquing and practicing with intent does. Do as what Michael did. Keep taking and making those shots. Motivational speaker pees his pants. How's that for a worst case scenario? I wish I could tell you that this was hypothetical. It wasn't. It happened to me. I peed my pants before getting up to go on stage. Yep. Let's give this some context. I was delivering the keynote speech at an annual event. The entire schedule was running an hour or so late. I thought to myself, let me go and use the bathroom. And clearly, I didn't handle my business correctly because when I walked out, there was an unmistakable patch in the front area. And now the MC is introducing me to take the stage as the keynote speaker of the event. If you're familiar with being a keynote speaker, you know that they stick a floodlight right at you. I was due to go on stage and there was no escaping this reality. What I decided to do is what I hope will serve you as a thought. I said to myself, they're all going to go home. They're all going to have so many things to worry about that, Kev, you having peed in your pants, that doesn't even warrant importance in their lives. In a moment, you will have two choices. Be worried about the talent you've exhibited in peeing your pants, or go out there and have a powerful session and deliver your message with impact. You can make your problem the focus, or you can make the audience the focus. I chose the latter because that's what we have to do. That's what we always do. We are audience focused. I put myself in my favorite teacher's shoe and wondered what he would do. What mattered is the audience. The speech went as planned. And in case you really think that that wasn't bad enough, I've also fallen off stage. Yep, in front of everyone, I've fallen off stage. I've experienced worst case scenarios and I hope that you never experience them. I've shared this with you because I don't think you can beat me at some of the challenges I've had to face before and during delivering a public address. What it comes down to, though, is the thought you choose to have. So right off the gate, choose your thought carefully. Remember, it's never about you. It could be your speech, it could be your presentation, but it's never about you. You should always be to your audience what your favorite teacher was to you. Your thought should be nothing short of, I'm here to deliver my message with impact. I'm here to engage my audience. I'm here to give value. I have prepared a clear and powerful message. I'm here to impact, inform, influence, and inspire. The audience will walk away with a message that they will remember. Friend, with this way of thinking, with this frame of reference, nothing or no one can stop you ever. Congratulations! We have arrived at the start. No, wait, Kev, I thought the start was a few hours ago. No, you've only just started. Understand that you made a great decision investing in this program. But I want you to realize something. Your path to greatness is a journey. This program is packed with valuable and actionable tips, thoughts, and strategies, far beyond what you realize going through it the first few times. Like I said, run your race at your pace. This is a long-term process, and as a leader, you should be playing the long game. You are developing your confidence and skill set that will become a part of who you are. This will shape who you are, like learning, developing, and refining any skill. The first step is learning and becoming aware. Then, with repetition and practice, you become like Michelangelo. You become so good with your chisel that you can turn a marble slab into a stunning statue. So, never get disappointed if you don't get it right the first time. None of us do. Even the best of us don't. Even guys like me who get paid 6 figures to deliver a keynote speech. We are all work in progress. We work on progress. That's what separates us from the rest. That's what will separate you from the rest. Don't get overwhelmed by the sheer content. I gave you all the information I had because I wanted you to be secure in knowing you have the info for the long term. There is a lot. Don't get frustrated. I know you want to become great fast. We all do. But greatness comes from countless hours of dedication and practice. You could very well become great fast, but practice patience. As long as you're doing the work, the results will come. Learning is forever. Practice and go over these videos as many times as you need. Take as long as you like. The key is to keep doing and to actively refine your skill with every attempt. Remember, 1% better every day. Just one. And most important of all, never become blasé about this. Never give up, because winners don't quit and quitters don't win. This is a skill that you need to develop in your life. Focus on simply getting 1% better every day consistently. Just keep your head down and do your 1% every day. Time will pass you by, and you will look up and realize that 12 months have passed and you're 37 times better. Consistency is key to your success. Stay calm and level-headed in knowing that you have everything that you need. When things frustrate you, push through it. All the goodness is waiting right across that thin membrane of frustration, and it's as thin as the skin of a grape. Don't give up on something so thin. I remind you that great communicators and powerful presenters weren't born. Coming from a kid who mumbled and ate his words to becoming today a public speaking coach of CEOs, world leaders, and presidents. If I can do it, if I can help CEOs, world leaders, and presidents do it, then I know that you can do it too. Take your time. Realize that you're in good company. The quality of info you have is second to none, not because it's mine, but because it's simple, it's a process, and it works. And just as the law of gravity applies to everyone, once you've gone through the videos a few times, once you've presented a good number of times, once things click for you, you too will become a kick-ass communicator. You too will present with confidence, speak with impact, and communicate like a commanding leader. Friend, I look forward to hearing about your success because I know that you're destined to do great things. One day at a time, one video at a time, 1% at a time.